here. In response to your question. Yep, Discord's live too. Oh, what a shit morning. Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? I'm gonna wait for like 8 minutes, so go easy on me. The video down a bit after earnings today. Our earnings after hours today. The market's moving down a little bit too, so I think futures are down like 70 basis points, something like that. No, I'm not sick. I fucking went to LaGuardia at like 3 in the morning last night. I get back to sleep until like 5:30. I just woke up. It wasn't even 5:30. It was like 6 or 7 maybe. I don't remember what fucking time it was. 6? I guess it was like 6 when I fell asleep. I picked a friend of mine up and gave him a ride home. Everyone fucking hates LaGuardia. It's better now. No, I didn't go to Sabaros. Any update on the SPX options levels? Yeah, I could take a look. The only one we're gonna have right now is pre-market though. Pre-market Gamma Flip moved down a little, like down $10 to 39.47. 4,000 still has a lot of call gamma, and we look pretty heavily straddled. Gamma's kind of flat between 39.75 and 4,000. I mean, not kind of flat, completely flat. There's like call and put OI, like the skewed gamma for call and put OI between 390 39.75 and 4,000 is completely flat, so even basically, right? You play any SPX 0 DTs today? I might. I don't think a move to 4,000 is out of the question, but it could be. Ooh, we have some economic data this morning too. Is that in? Retail sales up. Bullish. Export prices slightly up, but way down from the previous month over month. Import prices way down. Big surprise on that one. Retail sales ex auto up quite a lot. Not a lot of auto sales. That's not great for their industry. Industrial production down month over month quite a bit. What we expect that with the bullwhip, right? Oversupply. Industrial production year over year down quite a bit. 3.3 versus forecast of 5.1. So okay. I mean, nothing crazy there. But interesting. There's some Fed speeches today I'd be wary of. Who's speaking today? We got Barr at 10 a.m. Oh no, Williams at 9:50 a.m. And then I think the Senate Barr testimony. Is that what that is? At 10 a.m. Mike, what the fuck is wrong with my mic? Mic volume's super low. I'm just mumbling because I just woke up. Turn me up. My mic is turned up as turned up as it can get. Sounds fine. Okay, everyone seems to think it sounds fine. Thank you. Morning, Jen Jen. I didn't get turned up last night. My face is red because I was sleeping on it. Oh, should go back to bed. No, I have things to do. Dude, cheap Upstart calls again. Well, some cheap Upstart calls again. Seems like they're still shorting Upstart. Cheap calls, woo, yeah. Looks like we have quite a few FTDs on Upstart these next few days. Oh, I'm sure. Are you a tummy sleeper? Sometimes. Do you own any Upstart shares? Yeah, I have 15,000 shares. Do you think 20 is a good price point for shares? That's where I bought most of them. I've averaged them down through selling calls and CSPs, but yeah, 20 is not a terrible price. Usually they have a pretty hard time getting us below 20. Seems to be quite a lot of buying at that price range. The woods are lovely, dark, and deep, but I have promises to keep. What the fuck, Stefan? Did 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 did, did Stefan break? Someone break him? What happened? He, he smoked his breakfast. Good morning, Shill. What's up, man? I bought some of your GME calls. Oh, thanks. How can we anticipate what the IV will be during Opex? December 2nd, $50 call as an example. I would never have sold a weekly call contract. To the likes of you. I have no idea what the IV is going to do. $50. I mean, you're higher up on the smile, so the rate of increase in IV is a little bit better, but less stable. Um, you don't really have enough theta to realize a big uptick in Vega, so probably a really volatile premium. Usually contracts like that, you kind of want to sell them when they're green. That's the best I got. Ooh. Wonder if we could hit 3,900 here. Oh, I should have an update for OI now. Maybe. Yes, I do. There we go. All right. So call side is building up at 3970 and 3975. Gamma flip points in the same place. If we fall below 3970 significantly, we can slide all the way down to 3900 before we have any actual call side support. So bearish, little bearish looking. If we start to climb up and move towards that gap, it looks kind of good. Fubo getting shorted. The market's driving down, so that's gonna encourage shorting on all of these. Yep, I know Upstart's still on Reg Show. It'll be on Reg Show for 5 days, no matter what. Bar rate on Upstart dropped to 34.8, but it looks like they borrowed about 220k shares, 30k left. More downs incoming. Yeah, that's very possible. So I talked to someone about this last night, but I think there's I heard a few more people discussing similar things. So I think there's a big misunderstanding in how borrow rate works. The fact that the borrow rate went up to 90% over the weekend is nuts. First off, it implies that there's very low liquidity in the lending pool, right? So low liquidity in the lending pool, very much like a stock, means higher volatility in the cost to borrow, if that makes sense for everyone. So very few shares available to be lent means that the borrow rate will fluctuate. Right. So, a few shares being returned, dropping the borrow rate to, 34.50 is just indicative of that. Clip it, please. Sure. I mean, is that even a clip? You can clip that. You clip that. You've got the little clippy button. It's very short. This is a very short statement. This is for the poor single men in the pickle jar. If you're tired of being lonely and ignored and laughed at by American women, then stop trying. Instead, go to the Philippines so you can be laughed at by Filipino women. It's a different kink, but all right. Noted. T5 or C5? T5, Carl. T5. You know what's been on Reg Show for ages now? Pineapple Energy. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Oh, is that the energy company you tried to get me to look at? Where I was like, hey, this looks like a big pile of shit. Or someone else tried to get me to look at it. I don't remember who it was. Jan. Okay, hold on. What? Cat 200. Jan puts bought when Cat was trading at 239. Hoping it stays in this long-term channel. Well, it broke through the top of its long-term channel. When it tested like 240. I wish you the best. I do. I don't like shorting Cat. I'd rather just short Dow. Almost any time historically that you could short Caterpillar, shorting Dow is better. The problem with Caterpillar, here's the issue, right? You say you buy like a 60 DTE put, and you're like, I got plenty of theta, right? To realize like my price target. Um, Hold on. You think you've made a great trade. You're like, wow, man, this thing can't go any higher. Up 50%, it'll never pull back. Or it has to pull back, right? But it does, but in a shitty way, right? So Cat rockets up, does its thing, hits the top of its channel, and then comes tumbling down, right? But when Cat tumbles down, it'll fall like 8%, right? And then it'll fucking chop for like 2 weeks. It'll spike back up, right? Which then puts your puts out of the money. So your puts are out of the money for a couple days, burns off a shitload of theta. Then it'll fall in like another level, and then it'll stabilize. It'll spike back up, putting your puts out of the money again, burning even more of your theta up. Then it'll fall down again. Then it'll chop. Then it'll run back up to like 240. It's just the worst stock to short. I've tried like 6 times, and the only time I really made money shorting it was in June. All the rest of them were like minimally profitable, like 20% gains on just, and the premiums aren't cheap, so you're putting up a lot of capital at risk. for really shitty returns. Honestly, because of the theta, it's probably better to sell like bear call spreads on it. And just sell like the short call like a little more in the money. I think Upstart can close this week below 20. That'd be fucking awesome. Well, that's the trade-off when you have really low liquidity. If you short really hard, you bump IV. Is this SLD? I don't know about that. This is a support level, although I don't know what happened to my support and resistance lines for SPX. They used to be there. Their support at 39.65.84, which should be marked on this chart, but for some reason is not. So let me get that in there. Are all my... What happened to all my support and resistance lines? No, fantastic. So Upstart, the only way to short is puts, correct? Then it bumps IV. I mean, they borrowed 220,000 shares this morning, so they got a pre-locate or like a pre-borrow agreement in place to borrow those. But other than that, yeah. I think that's why we saw the borrow rate spike so hard on the day before inclusion, is that they knew it was going to get on reg show. So they borrowed as many shares as they feasibly could before it got on reg show, right? That way they wouldn't have to do the pre-borrow agreement in advance. It's kind of bullish actually, if you think about it. What's your opinion on luck? It's bullshit. Do you have a lucky item for trading? No. How applicable are head and shoulders at longer time frames? Like 30 minutes to 1 hour? Mm, less. Much less. Beyond like 5 minutes, they start to. I mean, if you're talking about distribution, that's a different story. But yeah, beyond like the 5, maybe 15-minute head and shoulders are kind of bullshit. Those stocks always drop quicker than its ups. Well, this is something that is noted in the profitability of trades, and that short side trades tend to be more profitable than upside trades because people panic and fear begets more fear, right? So when prices start dropping, that causes selling, which inevitably causes more selling. Whereas like buying doesn't always drive more buying, right? Because buying when somebody's buying something, it makes it more expensive to buy more of it. It's all looking just like SLD. I wouldn't really say it's looking like SLD. I would say that the market's down a little bit today. SLD is usually like big volumetric sell-offs, kind of like what we saw yesterday, right? How low could SLD bring SPX? From our current level, roughly, well, from close yesterday, here, I can readjust for today's price. So from our current price, I would say roughly 38.90 to 38.50. And given the positioning on the chain, right now, I don't think that's an impossibility. I wouldn't I wouldn't target the low range of that and expect anything to go in the money, but um I could see 30 like 39.50 puts going in the money over the next few days. Generally with SLD, you want to buy very, very close to the money if you're buying puts. Because when the big drops occur, they're usually really fast and they usually turn around very quickly. Like yesterday. So you got to be in and out pretty fast. I have a Composite Man bobblehead doll. Oh, just bobblehead. Okay. What the fuck happens when luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity? Yes. Hey Gerg, the certainty of your daily stream is greater than that of the soap opera Beautiful. I've never seen that, but thank you, Malin. Combined with Opex, next week could be pretty spicy now. It could be. It very well could be. I'm excited. We're starting to see a little bit on Upstart and GME of what we want to see around this period, which is shorting and a drop in implied volatility, right? Um, this is the period I was targeting for better call entries, and it looks like we're seeing a few of them. IV's still a little stable on some of the Upstart stuff and some of the stuff I bought before it got repriced. So, my calls are up, but they're still pretty cheap. Do you plan to buy more Upstart? Probably, but I'm gonna wait and see what effect SLD has here. If Upstart falls below 20, I'm gonna pick up like another 5,000 shares or so. So, well, falls below 20 into Friday, I should say. I think a fair price for Upstart right now is about 18.50 to $19 K-Ocean. I think that's fair like market value. Snagged a couple 12, 16, $25 calls to mark my first options purchase. Thanks for the advice again. No problem, man. Congratulations. Downtake on IV on GME. Yep, a little bit. If we push back down through delta neutral, we should see IV fall off a bit more. We're below gamma neutral right now. Or, well, gamma neutral at market open today. So that'll also... as we fall further away from those, IV can crush a little more as long as we don't fall too quickly. I have CSPs out at $20 SD. Is now a good time? I mean, IV's dropping a little on GME, but it hasn't dropped significantly. Still waiting to enter your long short position on SPX. I have a few puts, but not very many. So I've been DCAing into them a bit. I had some closer to the money puts yesterday that I sold off because they went up a lot. So I had some like SLD positioning that I was building up yesterday, but then the market tanked, so I just sold them. If we get like a little bounce here on 39.65, I might enter some more SLD positioning. I think the market doesn't look super great today, so this could be a good sign. What does it mean when you refer to a long short position? It means like an entrenched short, like a large number of shares borrowed and sold and sat upon, versus like a synthetic short position where you're looking at like a temporary short. Is that different from a short position? Yes. A short position would be bullish. Remember short call, long put, right? That kind of stuff. A long call versus a short call. Sure. So if someone's like short puts, that would be bullish. If they're long puts, that would be bearish. It's sold versus bought. It's another way of implying like sell to open or buy to open. It's the correct way of describing those things. Dan Weekly Zarama. Hey man, how's your puts? Good morning. Fed's Daily pausing us off the table. Ooh, bearish. Well, we know whose side of the fence Daly's on now. Have put credit spreads. Leave me alone. You kept your straddle? Yeah, I also straddled the NQ last night. And I'm still kind of stuck in that because it hasn't moved enough for it to be worthwhile. Kirk's mic voice dropping out for periods of time. I will check all my connections just for you, man. I don't even know what fucking knob that is. Is it this knob? There. I've made it a little more sensitive, I think. Maybe. I'm not sure how this thing works. It could just be your connection, like on mobile or something like that. YouTube doesn't give me all the bandwidth in the world. I'm not Mr. Beast. The straddle from last night, the call side lost a ton of theta. You buy 5 DTE? I mean, your call side's out of the money, so theta's gonna burn up more quickly, right? But what time is it? Okay. That's a terrible nickname, Kaioshin. You probably shouldn't share that with people. When just one person is having problems, that just one person should take notice of the fact that they're the only person and take a look inward. Sometimes, yeah. So we're below $20 on Upstart. Too early to drop my $200. Ooh. Can I sell more of these motherfuckers? It's kind of attractive. How many can I sell? No, I'll wait. I'll be patient. I might be able to sell them cheaper or lower. I do like the idea of buying some puts here. November 18th. What's this? 39.65. Fed's Daily said pausing is not an option. Of course, it was never an option. They were never going to pause the Fed rate. 50 BPS to 75 BPS in December. No matter what, they're going to continue with their plan to hit the aggressive rate by early 2023. There was no data point, especially not one data point, that was going to change that. Fed Hawker is allowed to disagree. Because they've finally got a leg up on inflation, however brief. They're not going to stop now. I've been telling everyone this all year. It takes quite a lot of effort to slowly destroy the economy with increasing interest rates without crashing the economy. Monetary policy is not a good fix for inflation, but it's the only tool they have, right? That and their ability to influence market sentiment. And by using the two of those things, they can affect a soft landing to some degree. But when inflation is finally showing some weakness, that's not the time to back down. You don't retreat when your enemy is halfway defeated, right? QT is part of the same set of tools. QT is just being used to prevent over exuberance in the market, right? But my Scarface party. I'm sorry, Dork. There's a lag effect. I don't think they care if they overshoot it. You want to know, the honest truth is that they should have just gone like They should have just moved immediately to the aggressive rate, let the market crash, right? And then picked up the pieces. Because the recovery would have been far faster. Because if they are successful in facilitating a soft landing, that's going to mean like 2 to 3 years of various sectors slowly heating up and other sectors cooling. We're going to have a much less interesting markets for some time. Even if we hit a bull market, it's going to be a slow one, right? No, they pulled all their money out in November. They also have to worry about the inflation that's present becoming entrenched. You don't want persistent inflation at like 4%, right? Do you think today is the limit for SLD? No, I think we could fall to like 3850 or at least below 3900. Yesterday kind of makes it a little wonky, but isn't that their goal, to make the markets unexciting? Well, yeah, I mean, part of quantitative tightening is that it dries up liquidity, and because disincentivizes banks from participating in the treasury market, right? And by tightening up liquidity in the treasury market, you tighten up liquidity everywhere. Morantz isn't a shill, he's just an idiot. He's a fucking Mazda used car salesman that talks about stocks while living in his car. Um, Greg, could you say that November 21 SPX 3900 puts are decent for SLD? November 21st SPX 3900 puts are decent for SLD. They're a bit risky. You're very far out of the money. I wouldn't target far out of the money puts for SLD. They tend to not perform very well. I'm not saying that we won't fall below 3900. We very well could. But you're taking on a lot of risk if we don't. Remember, the longer you stay out of the money, the faster your theta burns, right? And then the deeper in the money you need to go in order for your premium to increase to a level above where you bought it. If FTX listed 10 million Jimmy tokens, there's no official listing on NASDAQ for FTX being in possession of those shares. Does this mean that those will be FTD soon? Or is this all rumors and speculation? They won't be FTDs. They never bought the shares. They just made up a fake thing and they were like, hey, here's a thing that wasn't backed by anything else, right? It actually has no effect on the primary market because they never bought the underlying. Have a rock to sell you. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Or like a bridge. They sold people bridges. Greg, do you have faith in me personally? I don't know who the fuck you are. Can I DRS the tokenized GME shares that I full ported into? You know there's some crypto bro out there who's sitting on like a million fake GME shares that are worth nothing now. Don't worry, we'll know his name and personal information during the bankruptcy. This Pickle Financial Solvent. Are you going to publish proof of reserves? No. I have no outside investors. Pickle Financial is a family office. Fuck you, you can't look at my books. Any holiday plans this year? No, not really. We'll probably stream on days that aren't holidays. Not stream on days that are. Why is everyone talking about Morantz? He probably had another mental breakdown. Would they have to purchase their shares, or is it all just Fugazi? Fugazi? No. Why would they have to purchase them? Some of them might get purchased during the bankruptcy proceedings, but I doubt it. They're definitely last in line. Pick up some Upstart 12/2/23 soon. Thoughts? SLD is 3 days, right? SLD goes on from today through Monday morning. So from opening bell today through Monday morning's opening bell, deposits can be made. So these tokens are supposed to be backed by stocks, but in reality are not. Can or cannot be used as locates to short equities. Cannot. They don't need locates to short equities. They have plenty of them. They have ETFs. What the fuck do they need tokenized stocks for? They're just fraud. They were a scam. But they're not a locate. The DTCC is not going to give any kind of power to some exchange that directly undermines their business model. Yeah, that's come on. Common sense with that one. If I were them, I'd cover during SLD, but then again, they're apparently pretty regarded, so I don't know. They don't cover during SLD because their short position expires on Friday. That's why they don't want to cover during the drop. Their hedge is after their short position expires. So they're short into Opex, then they're long after Opex, then they're short again. That's why, like, when we get an Opex run leading into the Opex, you see shitloads of like sold puts, right? They start selling tons and tons and tons of puts because they know the price of the stock's going to go up. So they generate a shitload of credit and use it to, hedge the long side. Then when they close their massive short, price skyrockets, right? They profit on it and then they short the peak. Upstart, GME, same shit. At least in that regard, in the way volatility shorting works. How much your GME OPEX position have you entered so far? I've got like 100 contracts. Not much. I mean, I tracked the arbitrage on the tokenized GME for the last like 18 months, like every single fucking day. It's part of the CVVWAP calculation. What's that pattern on Fubo? You don't think? No, don't you start? Don't you start, Dork? Can I clip what? Every time I buy call options, stock goes down hard. Fidelity just sent me an email with invitation for their options trading course. Well, your broker doesn't want you to lose all your money because then you can't pay them, right? It's in their best interest for you to remain liquid. I will say it's definitely a problem when your bartender tells you you're an alcoholic. Upstart down $4, options up 200%. Makes sense. It's a give and take, right? If you short, you drive up volatility. If you let it trade flat, volatility goes down, but price might climb, right? So yesterday, volatility stayed fairly flat, but the price kept climbing. Today they're shorting it, so IV's going up. I will say that Fidelity's already started sending me emails about loaning out my shares and how enticing their share lending program is, offering me half of GME's current borrow rate. I like it when they start doing that. Are they out of gas on Upstart? I mean, they don't have a lot of gas on Upstart. They have capital. They can short Upstart synthetically with their capital. SPX 1125, 3975p for SLD. I'm concerned we might have seen most of the SLD drop yesterday. I don't think we did. I think we saw some of it though. I definitely think we saw there was enough volume on that drop that I think we definitely saw a little bit. I would say that like there should still be like another 150 maybe basis points left to the downside by Monday. Or at least that's what I'm prepared for. If it doesn't, fine. But right now, I'm not seeing a lot of long side positioning at any levels that's going to help us move up. So, and since we're still above the gamma flip point, it's harder for us to realize more upside, but our downside is just more stable, right? If we fall below the gamma flip point, which we almost did yesterday, then shorting becomes a lot more exciting, right? Because puts start pricing up really hard. I thought they can't use synthetic shorts on Reg Show. Oh no, that's all they can use on Reg Show. Synthetic shorts or pre-borrow agreements, right? So if they want to borrow shares to short, the shares have to be located in advance of being borrowed, and they have to sign a pre-borrow agreement. Otherwise, they're only left with synthetic shorting. So puts and ETF creation, which is limited in its daily availability. Did you see this DD and SI possibly going bankrupt due to ties with FTX? It has options. That sounds exciting. I did not. You can DM it to me if you want. I'll check it out. But just having ties to FTX doesn't mean that they're you know, complicit or insolvent due to the failure of FTX. Was the bottom of the Upstart drop 10%? Let's see. $18.3 from yesterday's high. I think roughly. Might be a little more. 18.19 from yesterday's high. The percentage values are greater because the price is lower. That's kind of looking good on SPX. I don't think it's going to sustain for very long, but it's looking better. Nice recovery. If this pulls back, I might pick up some calls. I don't think this has a lot of momentum, just... in general. Is it getting some? Hard to say. Do you think if Fubo has the potential for an Opex move next week? It might. It's very liquid, so the chances are smaller, but it could. I know their borrow rate's been moving up a little bit. It's showing some signs. If it does, it's not going to be like crazy. It might move to like $7 or something like that. Does it matter if Upstart is on SSR today? Yeah, that makes it even more difficult to short with pre-borrow agreement, but ETFs aren't affected by that because when you use ETF share creation to short a stock, you're simply creating shares of the underlying long, like a long position, and then selling it. But this is not a short sale transaction. This is different than borrow shares and sell. This is a short sale. So short sale, sale. It doesn't only have one ETF. It has other ETFs. It only has one with a it only has a few. It has like 5 with substantial number of shares. It's in a bunch of ETFs with like 1,000 shares or 2,000 shares. But all the big ETFs have like bots is the most shares. It has 250,000. There's some Russell ETFs that have about 100,000 shares each. But their total ETF, the total number of shares in ETFs is very low. Greg, I want to send you a shirt with "Ask me about my purple circle" on the back. What's your size? It doesn't matter. I'll never wear it. What is your opinion on ETF share creation? Isn't it the biggest legal scam in our capital markets today? I mean, Yes, but you need liquidity for efficient markets. Can I borrow shares, lend them out, then sell them? No, not really. It's not Freg's Day anniversary yet. Moved into some more Jan Upstart calls this morning. 20. Ooh, nice. That's a tight strike. I sent you the ETF FTDs. Ooh, for what? For Upstart? Some nice spikes on... nice spike on the 18th. Pretty high. From the 21st through the 30th. Wow. Those are kind of elevated for a fairly long period of time. During October Opex. No notable spikes in FTDs, but a nice number of them. 500, 600, 300, 400, 500, 600 over the 6-day period. Oh man, I love how precise that is. Fidelity Upstart bar rate up to 20%. Yeah, Fidelity's rate is always trailing. What a weird expiration to buy so many puts. That is a weird expiration. It could, but it looks, is that just like a straddle though? That might be like a bear, like a calendar spread. Or at least it makes more sense as a calendar spread. What would happen if all your viewership got calls at the exact same time? Probably not a lot. Can I borrow from Fidelity and loan to IBKR with their higher borrow rate? 11.25 GME 35s. Only 17 cents right now. That's because it's a terrible expiration. Is Fubo getting delisted? I don't think so. Who else is buying calls on GME right now? I'm waiting because the price of them hasn't changed very much. What was this contract worth right there? Uh, $27. 24. I'm not gonna get that price again. 27.20. Maybe I get 25. Tether confirms 0 exposure to Genesis. Okay. I can't describe to you how little I care about crypto. Upstart bar rate jumped slightly on IBKR 46.3. Well, yeah, because they're shorting. It's gonna be volatile. Sustained increases are important. If they carry through overnight, that's relevant. You're supposed to panic buy like the rest of us. Why? That wasn't in the rule book. I'm planning on getting any shorter dated Upstart calls. Like how short? I have December 16s. Like weeklies? Maybe if it's already running. Like for scalping or something intraday. I'm not gonna buy weeklies or shorter dated calls when it's trading flat and burning through theta. I okay, so here are stupid expirations. I wish I had the Drake meme. Hold on. I've got this. Oh no, I never filled. Well, I'm not buying them now. Um, have you ever been so bullish slash enthusiastic about a stock? I've been way more bullish and enthusiastic about stocks in the past. Drake knows how to play Opex. How do you think he makes his money? SPX stop loss hunting bullish? Not necessarily. What time is it? Give it a couple minutes. I'll have another OI update and I'll see what positioning looks like. What was your biggest win ever in the market? March, well, Fab in March 2021 on GME. Second biggest was the COVID crash. I did really good on Tesla, but it was like several consecutive plays. Upstart being pushed below 20. Bullish. I like it. If they push it towards 19, I might sell some more $20 CSPs. Come on, just bounce a little so I can get my fill. Why was I so greedy? I could have just... If I put in my limit order at 27.20, I would have gotten a fill. Mrs. AM, what do you think of her SPY? I mean, it just looks kind of weak right now. We should have an OI update. Well, it's not very... We do, but it's a little while ago. Still pretty fucking flat. 39.75 call gamma is looking a little stronger. But we're pretty flat to the downside. 39.70 is picking up some call side interest, but I feel like it'd be fleeting. Like if we fall below 39.65, it'd probably fall off. It doesn't look to be very far dated. You post that on Reddit so they won't ask again for like 3 days? Yeah. Where do I go to look at OI updates? How much money do you want to spend? $5 grand a month? Why is VIX and UVXY down if SPY is also down? Shorting? I mean, SPY's not moving down rapidly, right? It's just slowly drifting down, which doesn't increase volatility. In fact, volatility can cool, right? And SPY's trading in like a fairly tight range right now, which generally leads to cooling and volatility. Not a lot of volatility in the market. Hey Gert, just got a meeting. When Opex? Have you entered your position for Opex? Is this an Opex? Should I sell CCs? Thanks. Thanks for getting those out of the way, Dork. One second. Sorry, I had a package delivery. Oh shit, we fell to the gamma, almost to the gamma. $10 more from the gamma flip point, right? Where is it? 39.47. Looks like we got some momentum on this downside though. We might see another move here. 39.50. Oh, that sound is terrible. Vega neutral is 24, so shorting Upstart is hard. It's not easy. Although I wonder how skewed that value is. Probably to keep it from blowing up. You short it for money. You short it to reduce volatility. How can you tell there's momentum? Looking at the order book. I don't look at the order book at all. There isn't like a real order book for SP. Well, there's compilers, but it's not really how that works because it's all options. SPX doesn't have any underlying, so there's no like MBBO. You get into Opex positions this week. I have. I'm already in many of them. Will I get more? Probably. Sorry, I'm new. What is internalization? Internalization is when you satisfy order flow with inventory, and then you internalize the order flow until a time at which it is beneficial for you to dump it. So you prevent orders from hitting the lit exchange by satisfying those orders with inventory. You take the order flow that would be hitting the lit exchange and creating volatility, and you offset that order flow until a time at which it would create less volatility. Internalization is boofing. Yeah. I just realized I was gifted a membership. Thank you, wonderful pigeon whales. I love those of you that have pity on the poors. Welcome aboard, Beerline. So here's what you can have. You can have lower price or lower volatility. But when the stock is a liquid, you have to choose one. And on Upstart, I think you're seeing even more. You're seeing a struggle between like long shorts and vol shorts. These guys aren't totally in agreement on how to handle the price of the underlying. These guys want it cheap so they can close. And these guys want volatility down. And Upstart has both of those in keeping quantities, hence the continuous reg show inclusion and inability to temper uh, failure to delivers for any significant period of time. So we can profit over this domestic dispute. Well, yeah. Here's what happens though is vol shorts have a time frame, right? They can only be short for so long because their shorts are synthetic, right? Long shorts can be short as long as they can afford to maintain the like the borrow rate. But here's where it gets fun. At some point, synthetic vol shorts that are synthetic shorts have to close their shorts. There's only so far they can extend this window, and when they close, they're going to drive the price up, right? Because they're going to start covering. Whereas long shorts, they're just trying to make profit. They started shorting at like $400, right? And so as long as the price of the stock is going down over time, they'll just keep staying in their short positions. But if synthetic shorts close, now all of a sudden this position is losing profitability rapidly, right? And say someone doesn't want to lose, $10 a share of profit on their long short position and they close their position. Well, that drives it up even more. And now you might run into someone that doesn't want to lose $20 a share on their short position. So they cover. And then you run into someone who doesn't want to lose $40 a share on their position. And then they cover, right? Is that making more sense? I don't know if I'm making more sense or just making things more confusing. Thank you for all the research you and the crew go through. Your approach is informative. I appreciate it even when you feel as though you're attempting to teach a pile of rocks. Also, happy B+3. Thank you so much, Jaffo. I appreciate it, dude. You're making me bullish. Well, whatever. It's better than nothing. I mean, remember once upon a time when DFE told everyone that all shorts are future buyers, which is a quote from somewhere else, but remember that. Especially on a lot of these plays, like Jimmy and Upstart and Fubo. I believe that was Neil Armstrong. I think Buffett said that. Probably something along those lines. Buffett has all his own isms. SPX recovering or prepping to drop again. It's an ascending wedge. If they don't break out, they're pretty fucking bearish. What's your confidence level in a test of 3850? 3900. 3900 I could see happening. 3850 is a bit of a stretch. Like, we'd really need a big SLD sell-off. And I think we saw some of the SLD sell-off yesterday. So I think we can kind of drag into the end of the week, but I don't know if we'll see another really big sell-off again. Let's say Upstart runs on Opex and stays on Reg Show. Does that count down to moon time? Could be. I mean, yeah, they could try to find a way to get out of it, but if people start FOMOing in, they're not going to be able to get out of it, right? Because the market maker is going to be sopping up all the liquidity in order to maintain their hedge, which means they're not going to be able to clear FTDs, which is going to force them into another Opex that's even worse for them, right? If Upstart had the FOMO right now that GME had in 2020 through the beginning of 2021, it would do the same thing. The rules have changed a bit, and there is, a chance that it wouldn't run as much, but it would be pretty fucking close. Maybe even more so because the top of the chain is already open, which it wasn't on GME. I know a lot of you guys weren't in on GME back in 2020, but there were many days where GME just ran over the top of its options chain, right? And you couldn't really buy anything far out of the money, right? Until it opened up the next day or the day after. And so with Upstart, that's already all those call strikes are open, right? So it'd be like if everybody could have bought 500s when Jamie was at 90, which they couldn't do when Jamie was at 90. So an Upstart, no one's priced out of anything, right? You could just keep buying out of the money calls and raising Gamma Max as high as you want. And we already know Gamma's pretty flat from, Gamma Max all the way up to like $590. Yeah, I should have another update on SPX here. See how positioning's looking. Yeah, we got 1108. So a couple minutes ago. All right, we're starting to see some in the money call buying. 4,000's getting a little bit stronger. Still really flat down to 3,900 though. Maybe a little more put gamma. Not a lot, but a little bit of put gamma right around our current price. So I still think that a slide below gamma, the gamma flip point, is possible today. Do you have any Jan 24 Upstart calls? I have a few. I think I have like 50 Upstart like 510s just for like a volatility play. We need crazy short interest on Upstart to start the FOMO. It's at 40%, and it went through it filed a short interest report yesterday. So we'll see. Right. I think that report's published on what, the 20th? Something like that. When's the report published? Is it this Friday? I always forget when NASDAQ publishes their fucking short interest report. Reporting on the 15th is published on the 25th, or it's either like it's either the 20th, the 25th, or the 30th. I can't. 25th? Are you sure? Taylor Swift front row tickets are going for 35K. Ridiculous. If we get a little run on Opex for Upstart and it stays on Reg Show, are you looking at December Opex for Moon or Jan similar to GME? I mean, it could hit in December or Jan. It really just depends on how much pressure. I would imagine January because there's so much more options pressure, right? Well, that Head and Shoulders recovered very quickly. I wonder if I should play the upside here at all. I don't like it. Just because there's I can play like 39.70, 0 DTE. 39.80? I don't really like 39.80 very much. Today's? That's the wrong day. 39.75. That's not a terrible buy. So this is something you could do to like offset the theta of like a longer dated position. When the position moves against you, you can buy shorter dated like calls or puts, right? And you can, capitalize on moves that aren't working in favor of your position or while your position's moving in and out of the money in order to like offset the cost a little bit. Sir, there are a bunch of maniacs buying Upstart calls. How will they can kick it to January? I don't know if they could. I mean, it really depends on the amount of OI, right? Like if they can survive a little longer. But December and Jan are both leaps, right? So they both traditionally have a large amount of open interest. So 11 calendar days from now. I wonder if that'll be delayed because of Thanksgiving. Maybe. Either way, Upstart filed like the short interest report on Upstart was filed yesterday. It was included on Reg Show the night before. So the report, like the SI report, could be really spicy if I'm not sure. I know they changed some of the rules around short interest reporting, but I think if it's on Reg Show and it's submitting to that like SEC audit, then synthetic short positions will be reported as well.
And so we may see, the totality of puts against the stock in addition to shares borrowed and sold short, which is, kind of what we saw in GME. So we might see like a much higher short interest, which would be cool. Because then we might get a report where, SI is like 80, 90, or like 100%, or over 100% is possible, right? I've had an SI reporting period last time on Reg Show. No, didn't see any significant SI raise then. Yeah, but that's also not the period in which short positions were compounding on the synthetic side, right? That was the last reporting period was when they were trying to clear short positions on the synthetic side so they could get it off of Reg Show. That would have been like October 15th, right? Where they'd already begun to try to drive FTDs down. The FTDs were like in at that point, right? This time, FTDs are like short synthetic positions are building into the Opex covering period as they attempt to drive the price down and maintain stability in the price, right? And so, because synthetic short interest moves in cycles, right? And so, here, let me. So, the last reporting period was like here on October 15th, right? Where they're kind of clearing them out, and this reporting period's like here after they've just shorted a bunch for earnings and shit, right? I sold some puts at the double bottom on Upstart. Who's the market maker now? Nice. Did you sell 20s? That's what I sold. Fuck it. If I'm gonna get assigned, fine. These are kind of attractive. Maybe I'll buy 10 more. SPX picking up some momentum. See, maybe we fill this gap, like 39.75. Oh, don't worry. There's still two more. There's today, Thursday, Friday, and Monday morning for SLD. There's plenty of time to realize more downside. How long DT for those Upstart CSPs? I sold them while they were in the money, so it's just tomorrow. I sold the most of the ones I sold after earnings, so those are obviously already way up, right? Because I sold them super deep in the money, and we're now trading above $20. The ones I sold today but they're all for this Friday. There's no like when you're selling them that deep in the money, you don't need the theta. You're just capturing the delta premium. Could our less FOMO with more knowledge balance out the 2020 more FOMO with less knowledge? Maybe. As a broader community, I don't think knowledge has improved all that much, though. Especially not when it comes to options. I still think there'll be a lot of, the same effect, right? Like people aren't going to exercise their calls that are up 1,000%. Um, some people might. The effect might be, the effect of that knowledge might be stronger. I don't know if it's strong enough to offset all the rule changes. All my Gen Fubo calls are getting killed. 5, 10, 11, $20 strikes. Have you already moved your position out further? Not really. I mean, definitely not the 5 and 10s. I have Gen 2024 positioning on Fubo, which is much larger than my Gen 2023 positioning. When did I get sick? I'm not sick. I overslept because I picked up my friend at the airport at fucking 3 in the morning. You plan on exercising any calls on Upstart if we run hard? No. Prisoner's dilemma, right? No one else is gonna fucking do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'll just take my money. I don't give a shit. Once we break Gamma Max, like, even though Gamma Max can move up really rapidly, once we break it, it's gonna collapse. The price of the stock is gonna come down. I'd rather just take my profits and sell shitloads of naked calls at the top. When is SPY gonna dump for SLD? If it dumps, sometime in the next 3 days. You think it will be a good idea to carry SPY puts overnight to gain exposure to SLD in the pre-market? Generally, yeah. I find it strange you drive. I have a car. No, nobody's a centaur. Well, Upstart calls are cheaper because the delta is being skewed by all the puts they're buying in order to short the stock. Why would I tell you what car I drive? Centaurs can drive. Didn't you all watch that Chris Pratt kids movie Onward? Your allergies are an autoimmune response. That's not being that means your immune system is overactive, not underactive. I got sick from mussels because it was like bad shellfish. Neither those have nothing to do with my sleeping. It's not like if I slept more, I could eat bad shellfish. I would never buy a Tesla. Do I understand the Upstart short vol short fight correctly? Shorts want to see price low, short vol want IV low, but short interests aren't aligned, which might be why we aren't seeing significant IV crash. Yes, that's correct. We're also not seeing significant price crash either, not since earnings. I'm officially a pigeon whale, so where do I go to shit on the pores? Oh shit, when did that happen? Welcome aboard. I'll play you the song and just trust that you're telling me the truth. In the Discord, you go to the Discord and go to the Witness Us Plebs channel. Centaurs didn't evolve to eat seafood. Will you ever eat mussels again? Probably. I've not anytime soon, but probably in the future. I'm not like a huge fan of mussels anyway. I really don't like clams or oysters or mussels very much. They're just eh. They all taste like boogers. No, I wouldn't buy an Audi either. Audis have a lot of problems. They're not I'd like lease one where I don't like care because I'm not gonna own it long enough to realize any problems. Because they're nice cars, but I wouldn't want to buy one. After the Pimento made me hundreds of thousands of dollars though, I'm thinking I'm gonna get a Porsche next. $992? Hmm. Maybe. It's pronounced Porsche. Yeah, I'm not gonna call it that. It sounds douchey. Thanks for all the knowledge, big fella. Cheers to Upstart and you. Hopefully shirt off down the road. We'll see. Why? You barely got out. Out of what? Does Cat make special order cars or tanks? If so, you should do that. I don't think Cat makes tanks. I speak German. It's definitely not Porsche. Yeah, it's not. I don't know how to pronounce it in German, but I know it's not Porsche. It's Porch. Yeah, something like that. I've heard Germans say it, but I can't remember how they pronounced it. Porsche? Porsche? Every German car I've owned disappoints me. I mean, I've been around Porsches my whole life, so I kind of know what to expect from them. I mean, I would only drive it if I was going like upstate or something. I don't really drive my car in the city ever. It's really rare that I take my car anywhere. I usually just walk or I'll like take the subway. I'm German, we say Porsche. Okay, well that didn't help because I can't hear you say it. Pronounced potato. They're actually pretty reliable. For they're I think they're by far the most reliable supercar. in terms of like repairs and maintenance, but like a long shot. So they're still expensive to fix, but not as expensive as like a Ferrari or a Lambo. And you don't have to deal with the issues with like the over compression in the engine that you get with like the the more popular supercars like McLarens and Ferraris, Lambos, Maseratis. So you don't have to change the spark plugs like 2 times for every time you change the oil. I think Lauren is more than aware of the issues with McLarens by now. I'm German. What are you all on about? We just say Porsche. Your first try was like we say it. I knew I was right. Ha! Fuck you, Porsche people. You're all wrong. Not into Mercedes E-Class? I don't like Mercedes at all. I'd buy a BMW first, and I don't like them very much. If Upstart moons and everyone FOMO's into Pigeon Whale, do you have a plan for incorporating all of those Pigeon Whale cartoons onto the screen while still having the tickers available? No. Yeah, maybe like a flock around my head. That's not a bad idea, Shane McCartney. I'm German. So Germans can't pronounce it either, or at least disagree on how it's pronounced. It's okay. There's people in the US that say lawyer, and that's not even a real word. They also say height. So, is that it? Was that the extent of the upside here? It's kind of shitty. Or the people that say I have an ideal instead of an idea. I've never heard that one. That would infuriate me. I thought you were rich. Rich people buy 2 cars, a daily driver, and a fun car. Yeah, except my parking spot's like half the price of my apartment every month. It's not. It's like a quarter of the price of my apartment, but still. So you're saying store it at my other? No, I'm not doing that. I just need one. I don't need 2 cars. I'm 12.5% German, so I know. I'm like 13.6% German. So there. Buy the parking lot. Not until me and Turd are done with our REIT paperwork. You have a free house. Use the house. Live in the house. I don't want to live there. It's like in the boondocks. For all intensive purposes, that I've heard. PIN number, ATM machine. No, I'm not a Jew. I think the way to say that is, are you Jewish? Not, are you a Jew? Are you a Jew is a bit, it's not anti-Semitic, but you're right on the edge there. I got obliterated in Germany for one night, and I can definitely say you're saying Porsche correctly. I'm an expert on the matter. I can't believe we've descended into fucking this shit again. Where we just argue about pronunciation for hours while the SPX does nothing. You still have that house? I thought you were dumping it. Not in this climate. I told you I'm turning it into an OnlyFans digital brothel. It's got 6 bedrooms, so there's plenty of space. Microaggression? Just like aggression. Are there even any Jewish centaurs? I don't know. Metaverse strip club? Exactly. Yeah, I'm definitely not selling a house with a pool in the winter, Stefan. Don't worry. What do you got, Dork? Oh, fuck. Hmm. What do I do with that? Why would you? Why would you even show me that? Shill. Hmm. The only way I'm going to the metaverse is if I can be a complete degenerate and steal things like in GTA. That kind of sounds fun. You bought weeklies on what? I didn't buy weeklies. I bought next weeklies. Are you gonna tell us what Dork showed you? Just like little liquidity crunch thingy. Crunch. Yes. I was hoping you'd read it, but I'll take one. What did you say? I'll join the metaverse if there's a hot girl avatar that keeps saying that's so meta to everything I do in there. That could just be, you could be the hot girl avatar. It's the metaverse. You can be anything you want. On an Upstart run, which calls do you sell first? The ones that aren't in the money? True. That's so meta. See, look at you go. You've already begun. On a scale of 1 to 10, how safe are my weekly SPY 410s? 3. Okay, nobody. That's Spider's thing. What the fuck, man? Okay, so when you double down on a 3, that doesn't make a 6. Darb. SPX 3900 today? Maybe. Maybe over the next few days, I'm thinking more like. No, SLD's not a one-time event. It's a continuous sell-off of equities in order to get like cash liquidity to deposit for more leverage. Join the digital universe to live out of a cardboard box and beg for change to see what it was like to live as a BBBY bag holder. Someone look up the closest burn unit. November 18th, GME 35Cs. Safe? No, a terrible investment. I don't know why you're still holding those. Why don't you ever sell the calls that you have, Turd? Why do you hold them until expiration no matter what? I mean, I know they're worthless now, but at one point they had some value. It's the sentimental attachment. I suppose that makes sense. You know what matters, Turd, is that Cake is still rocketing. They never turn green. Sometimes you have to sell them when they're not green, man. Theta Gang rise up. I'm now up 1K from selling CCs on my GME position last month. Nice, man. Congratulations. I have an Upstart call buying problem. You're not alone. If Upstart goes according to plan, would it have an impact on the basket stocks as well, or separate? It's possible it does. It's all the same, you know, conspirators. What's SPX gonna do here? This moment seems critical. Do we have new? Uh, 39.75, so close. And if we hit it, we can run up to 39.90, which would be dope. Or we just fail slightly above it. That's also a distinct possibility. Are you still holding your SPX puts? Yeah. I closed my straddle puts earlier. I haven't closed my straddle calls, but I have quite a bit of time on those. I figure if we move up above like 39.75 here, I'll close out the straddle calls. Because they should, well, they'll be close to break even at least. I won't be selling them at a loss. Depending on how hard we move up. Right now, call side positioning is really only at 4,000. And it's farther dated, so. Sold into my 60s and 70s and Upstart combined 20% gains. Gonna reposition for a lower strike calls tomorrow. Thanks, man. No problem, dude. Congrats. Are you still holding your SPX puts? Okay, answered that. I just got word from Gensler. He's canceling SLD and putting a rush order on Opex. It's MOASS time. I don't know about that. Ah, lame. Jimmy's still looking pretty good. Ooh, Jimmy's gonna be sensitive to upticks in the market right now? That's exciting. Hey, we have a less sloppy trend here, too. Although that's not a good sign. I don't like the lower high. But we'll see how this shakes out. Yeah, I know it's lower highs all the way down. But it's also a wedge, so we'll see where it breaks. Suppose that could be more accurate. Have I become Moonwind? It's possible. Are you selling a lot of covered calls? Well, there's that bounce. I'd really like to see an upside test of, yeah, there we go. I'd like to see an upside test of 39.90. I don't know if we'll get there. But if we do, then I can saw off my calls and like average down my puts a little bit or get nearer the money puts. Is it possible between yesterday and today that SLD selling is largely done? It's possible, but there's 3 more days of it, so I wouldn't place any bets on it being done. Because then you get like a Friday morning fucking rug pull and SPX drops 200 BPS and you're like, ah shit, but I bought calls. Man, if this actually hits 39.90, I would be able to sell both sides of my straddle for a profit again. That'd be fucking awesome. The basket gets shorted hard this AM. It did. Yeah, there was some. I mean, the market was dropping too, so that helps. There's a big Chungus water bottle. I don't even have. I just have my small one. Well, it's not small. I guess it's normal sized, like 32 ounces or whatever. I really like the setup on both of these. There's some flexibility in where like the resistance on the top of this wedge is. Right? Like here it didn't really break out. Here it did. That's still a higher high though, which is bullish. We'll see where we recover. California had a storm with some rain last week. Feel free to stop by and Drain our reservoirs again. Was it higher than the peak like 1 to 2 hours ago? No, not yet. But it's more consistent, which is technically bullish. Well, this is gonna bounce right here, so it's gonna hold the bottom trend at least. When VXX calls, I'm bored. You know you can just buy calls on the VIX directly. When Jimmy drops, play calls on meme and NFTZ. Isn't there like I've seen that correlation before, but that's because they're creating baskets, right? But um isn't the call like the spreads are really wide on those ETFs, right? I don't like this. Hmm. Whatever. I got out of those with 20 cents of profit. Yay. I should have just sold them on the test. Ugh. I think this is going to come down pretty hard again. I wonder if I should buy another one of these. Kind of pricey. Australia has desalination plants to turn seawater into drinking water. California has ocean access and a strong economy to fund such an endeavor. Why are they acting like such water poors? You try building anything on the California coastline in less than 20 years. 45% on my port this month. I don't shadow your trades, but apply the concepts you teach. Thanks, man. No problem. Congratulations, David. Breakdown 3850? That's a bit much. I think we get another breakdown. I don't know if we'll hit the same low. It'd be cool if we do. Yeah, I'm not really gonna save any money on those. Oops. Oh, that was 12%. Fubo getting shorted like crazy. Eh. This broke down. Yeah, it doesn't look good. Sorry I couldn't turn it into more money, Dork. We see the most recent fund manager survey results. 93% agree upon an expected lower low on SPY Q1 of 23. An insane amount of agreement percentage. I would say Q2 2023, but Q1's possible. I mean, it's getting hard to just be any kind of bullish in this macro environment, right? Supplemental liquidity deposits, Goya. Paper hands? I'm definitely not. I made the right choice. I limit sold out of all of them for like 5% each. So, I mean, it wasn't terrible. $50 on a thought. It was terrible. But the top, like the peak was only 9%, right? So it wasn't like I missed out on a lot. $5% on $3,500. It's not terrible. VIX 40,034 bot calls, $70 Jan 2023, 235,000 OI. Probably just hedging. Or they expect a like short bump in VIX, right? That's the kind of position you'd enter before you sell off like a bunch of equities and VIX bumps and implied volatility spikes. So if implied volatility on the VIX spikes like 10% at the money, those are going to move up like 50, 60%. And you close them. It sounds like a hedge. Too big of a position, too far out of the money to be. It's not a bet on us hitting that level. So here, I'll show you. So um let's say Jan 20 VIX $70 call, right? And say today, right? VIX moves up and implied volatility on that contract moves up 10%, right? From where you buy it. So you could hit like on a move of VIX to like $26, you can 100% your investment. $5% on 3,500 in a day. When tons of people out there only have 3,500 in their retirement account, hoping for 7% on the year. Yeah, I know, but for a trade, it's not great. What do you make of IV? IV has steadily risen all week. Maybe it's just the ghost of Nopex Pass talking, but I'm not loving the setup. Thanks. I mean, Jimmy's getting just more volatile, right? IV rises into Opex, generally speaking. There's usually a small drop at some point in the week before, but actually real Opexes see continuous increase in IV into the Opex period. So IV goes up almost every day. The Nopexes actually only see like an IV increase on the 2 days before expiration. Because liquidity gets lower into a real Opex. I mean, when liquidity is really low, right? You're dealing with I mean, you're dealing with higher implied volatility, right? Like the less liquidity you have, the more volatility it's going to generate. Think of it like an engine, right? And like think of volatility as like heat and liquidity as oil, right? The engine's going to run a lot fucking hotter if there's no oil. See, now I wish I did keep him. Fuck you, dork. You son of a bitch. Ooh. Did you see that on the 1 minute? God damn. Do I care? Do I just play it on SPX? Hmm. Okay, Jimmy doesn't really look like it's gonna pop. Fuck. God damn. No, it's just gonna like just a little bit. I'm just scalping this shit intraday. This isn't like Opex positioning. Um Did you ditch your weeklies? I sold them for like a 5% gain before the drop. I bought a couple more. I'm just scalping them. They're not for like any significant run. like a dollar or two at most. And that'll be hard anyway. This entry's not terrible on the consolidation, but if the market keeps dropping, it's going to slip again, right? They're going to dump internalization a little more like they did before. I just think that the market's going to find support here. And then we'll see a move up there. Do I want another one of these? It's kind of cheap. Oh, nope. No fill for me. Oh, I did get the fill. Good. I think the recent re-entry is fine. You just may have missed out on like 2% or something. I'd be surprised if I make 20% on these contracts. I think the issue here is we're not going to see IV drop for a better entry. So I hit an IV low, which is nice because we just slipped like 8 cents, 10 cents, and I'm still up 1%. So I nailed the IV low on the consolidation, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see if there's another entry. I'll try to hit it. Is there a reason for you don't seem to favor the off plus minus $5 upstart calls, i.e. 25, 30, 35, 40? Let's have like 27.50. What? I have 25 and $30 upstart calls and $35 upstart calls. Oh, I don't have any 35s for upstart. I wonder how much those are. I have like 100 calls open right now. RC's newest bag holder. I'll probably open more, but I'm waiting for SLD to have some effect on the market. Before I enter more greedy positions. Because all I really want to buy is like nearer the money stuff. And so I just care about like the delta dropping, right? My Opex position on Upstart is like, I don't know, 10 times the size of my GME Opex position. But it was like money put in, they're roughly the same. But I've been building the Upstart position a lot longer. You think SPX will have stronger moves later in the day, or is this chop it? I mean, the area we're trading in on SPX isn't very bullish. Like, there's just not a lot there, right? Always talking about other stocks right before GME Opex. That's because there's other stocks. Upstart's on reg show. GME's not. Upstart has 40% reported short interest. GME has 20. GME, interestingly enough, not the only opportunity in the market. Upstart currently twice as large in dollar value. My Upstart is currently twice as large in dollar value. I got him when the calls are practically free. I think it must have a more explosive move than GME. It might have a more explosive move than GME for this Opex. I really don't care if it's. I really don't know if it'll be more explosive than GME, right? Don't forget that GME is going to pick up far more open interest, far faster than Upstart will, right? FOMO will go into GME. It won't go into Upstart. So on Upstart, you're really banking on the synthetic short position covering being larger, which it probably is. They have a smaller float, so there's opportunity for that. But in terms of like Gamma Max raising rapidly, I think Upstart has to run first and then get a bigger run later if it continues to stay on reg show into like the next Opex period. If you think there could be a run on the basket early due to the holiday, is there something you're waiting for to enter your GME Opex position? It's already Wednesday. I mean, first of all, I don't need to enter that much of an Opex position. I can just sell covered calls, like a lot of them. Uh, I'll probably make more money on covered calls either way. Uh, I'll buy more calls. If it starts moving, I'll buy even more. I mean, I'm not in a rush. I don't care. If we get an OPEX, basically any call you buy is going to be worth more money than when you bought it. I thought under VN is a good price. VN's moving up on Upstart. It kind of looks like no one's hedging the Vega, but they might not be. I mean, I don't. Like people are so emotionally invested in my positioning. Like who gives a shit? If VN's really high on Upstart, it's weird. It kind of has been since. Yeah, I mean, basically since like May, VN has stayed above the price action on Upstart the whole time. Before that, Upstart traded significantly above its Vega neutral, and for a lot of that period, it didn't really have a Vega neutral. Well, its Vega neutral was at 0, but it is very close to crossing Vega neutral to the upside. Vega neutral still below gamma neutral. It slid under gamma neutral, which should be kind of bullish. Although both of them dropping simultaneously is a little more bullish. Just dumped to 3,900. Fuck. And not unless something catalyzes it, right? Right now, just chop. They want confirmation bias. Ugh. What I was saying is, do you own 27.50 or 32.50? Do you just prefer even numbers or increments of $5? I prefer the strikes where they have more OI. Like buying 27. There's a reason no one buys them, right? And it's kind of self-fulfilling. Like no one's interested in them. That was weird. Was that a stop loss on the short side? Ew. Fun. And no one wants to buy them because the spreads are wide. And so initially they're not psychologically appealing, right? That becomes self-enforcing as the spreads on the even strikes get better and the spreads on those strikes stay kind of wide. Ooh. Okay, that's kind of fun. I like that, Dork. I, I don't think either of us know what that means, but that it looks really cool on the 1 minute. I don't know how relevant that that correlation is on the 1 minute though. What do you see on the Fubo chart? Candles are getting smaller and smaller. Just, I mean, there's not a lot of volume trading. Seems bullish. Have you seen the Delta on Upstart Jan 2023 35s? It's not good. The MM is fucked. I'm aware. Well, the MM is fucked if the price moves up, right? Let's try to be sensible about that. What dates are you looking at for longer dated Upstart calls? December 16th, Jan 20, March 17th. I have December and Jan's right now. If it runs but doesn't do something crazy and stays on Opex stays on Reg Show into the peak of the run, then I will reposition further out for the next potential run. Retail earnings today and tomorrow should give us some pop. Pop for what? When is Nopex? Same time as Opex. SLD ends at market open next Monday. I assume you're not telling me. You get what I'm saying though. They aren't pricing in a move at all. I know. That's why they're so fucking cheap. Upstart calls are super even now, right? Like I have calls that I bought when the price was lower that are up a shitload, but these are still cheap. Like the Jan $25 calls are still cheap as fuck. Even at $1.61 a contract, that's insanely cheap given the price we're currently trading at. Did you say Upstart is the real DFV play? I don't know about that. I don't think Upstart's going up like 3,000%. Not yet. It could, but it's very unlikely. Super Cheap calls me they don't plan on letting it move much at all. Isn't that how they crime their criming? No, Super Cheap calls just mean that they're buying shitloads of puts, so that the delta value on puts and calls is skewed. I just did, Tanksimus. It's skewed because so they can't. Here's their routes for shorting, right? They need a pre-borrow agreement. to borrow shares and use standard, this is, just standard shorting. Or they need to buy puts or use ETFs. So ETF creation, right? So these are the three methods of shorting they have available to them. This one sucks, right? We already know it spikes the borrow rate. They have to pre-locate. It's not ideal. I mean, they'll grab any shares they can get, but they're not going to get very many, right? There's just not a lot of liquidity in the lending pool, which is why, we see the borrow rate go from like over the last few days, we've seen it go from 25 to 90 to 35 to 46, right? It's all over the fucking place because liquidity in the standard, like the standard borrow, is very slim. So this leaves, since this is kind of shit and isn't going to help them much, they need to either buy puts or use ETF creation, right? And ETF creation on Upstart's not great because there aren't a lot of shares in ETFs. They can only really get like 1 million shares a day, right? Which isn't sufficient to suppress price and volatility. It's a little more than 1 million, but it's not a lot more. So that leaves them with buying puts, right? And so they buy shitloads of these with high delta. So delta above 0.5. Hold on. Let me write that properly. Delta greater than 0.5, right? And what this does is this skews the price of calls. So the price of calls drops because put interest is so high. And the more that put call parity shifts, the cheaper calls get. And this is something that sort of happened with BBBY as they were shorting so hard that calls became very inexpensive, right? Which allowed longs to get massive amounts of leverage to the upside. Large leverage for very little money, right? And so when the when the price does move up, right? Say the synthetic shorts cover, then that means when they start running the stock out of the money, there's this massive amount of call leverage that needs to be hedged, right? And that precipitates lots and lots and lots of upward price movement and volatility. We're all on the same page now? Everyone got that? Calls on Upstart are so cheap because the bar rate is astronomical. Well, yeah, the risk-free rate factors into that as well. The bar rate dropped a little. It's like down half from Monday. I assume you mean the prime bar rate. Okay. The prime bar rate above 10% is fucking crazy, JFresh. Just so you know, like what you're looking at. That's insanely expensive. Like when we're looking at retail borrow rates, okay, yeah. When we're looking at retail borrow rates, those are fucking irrelevant, right? They just give us an indication of like volatility in the rate. But yeah, a prime borrow rate above 10% is absurd and like a big fucking red flag to the rest of the market that weird shit is going on. I don't get why they're keeping the price down. What do you mean? Because they want the price down. They don't want to lose money and they don't want to. So you have two sets of shorts. One of them doesn't want to lose money, which would mean the price going up. The other one doesn't want IV to go up. Both of them benefit from this, the stock not going up a lot and trading flat. Is that 10% bar rate primes for Upstart? 12 to 16% is the prime rate for Upstart, or roughly. I mean, we're estimating it, but Stefan, all the information you'd ever need is right there in the data. You just got to dig deep enough. SPX 5-minute inverse head and shoulders. Yeah. It doesn't, I don't know if it matters. There's really not enough calls to sustain any price improvement on SPX much above like 30, like 30, 39.75. So that 39.75 level is not going to carry us very high, right? We might hit 39.80, maybe 39.90. How's the most recent Upstart options chain looking? I mean, like 80,000 something puts expire this Friday. Yeah, that was the last time I checked. Didn't the SEC highlight as part of the Jimmy report that bar rates need to always be low to allow for short selling at any point to prevent major price runs? Yes, they did. Upstart does not have that right now. It has an extremely high bar rate. What happens when 90% DRS and someone buys 10 million shares at once? I mean, I'm pretty sure there'd be 10 million shares. They'll just make shares. They'll make shares. They'll fail them. They'll satisfy the fails with ETFs. Then they'll cover the failures on ETFs with cash. It's a pretty simple system. Why Fubo sad? It got shorted pretty hard. It looks like either someone dumped some shares or it got shorted. Bar rate on Fubo go up today? That'd be a good indicator. I did no such thing, Alethea. Oh yeah, I have to clip the thing. I'll clip it. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Um, who's winning the World Cup? I picked teams. I don't remember who they were, but I picked them. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right Sorry, I just had to deal with some business stuff. Let me see how this run's looking. Well, it's either gonna pick up some momentum here or kind of peter out. Nice breakout though. No, that's probably a good opportunity for me to ditch. Well, those still kind of suck. Let me look at positioning for SPX. Nope. Yeah, still very weak up to 4,000. Really, really no upside positioning here. These short side stop losses are really interesting though. What does that mean? Well, it either means the market maker is afraid of the number of puts in close proximity to the current price, or the market maker is trying, well, I mean, the market maker is trying to clear puts off the chain. Which is bullish for puts. Bullish for puts, same like bearish. Yeah. Can Upstart hit SSR on Reg Show? It's close. Did we hit it earlier today? Yeah, I think we already hit. I think we already hit SSR on Upstart today. Europe will end winter with stronger gas storage than expected due to recent mild weather, which will provide relief to the region grappling with historic energy crisis, according to GS. Yeah, that's kind of something I was worried about with over leveraging into natural gas. That's the reason I didn't buy Boyle a little while back. Does SSR matter for Upstart? No, because short, like if they're using synthetic shorting, SSR doesn't matter at all. It's harder for the market maker to effectively short the put side or like hedge the put side now, right? So it does matter a little bit, but not a lot, if that makes sense. Because in order to, I mean, only the market maker can synthetically short, right? And so, and the regular shorts, like they're already hampered by the pre-borrow agreement. They're already hampered by Reg Show, essentially. So it makes the market maker less efficient. So I guess that's nice. In the past, SSR is just a dinner bell for shorting, and big downs are pending. I mean, Upstart hit SSR a few times over the last week, but with it on Reg Show, it's a little more significant. Not much. It just means that the market maker can only hedge the short, like, they can only short hedge on upticks. Which probably won't mean a lot of price improvement, but it'll probably mean a lot of what we're already seeing on Upstart, right? Where the price is just moving up and down very slowly. There could be incentive there to short it onto SSR in order to reduce volatility. I don't think that's an absurd conclusion. But to be honest, didn't GS also say Carvana to 400 a share? And then a few months later, their PT is at $1 a share. So maybe keep an eye to go long. Yeah, I mean, and I have some natural gas exposure, just not a ton. Simple question: could a shorter just make a single stock ETF for whatever they want to short, and use creation to borrow from themselves to short? No, because single stock ETFs are swap based, so they have no liquidity mechanism. You have to have a pool of net assets in order to have a liquidity, like a creation mechanism. So the swap ETFs, they don't have, they're not used for liquidity. Swaps are cash settled instruments, right? So two stocks in an ETF. Yeah, you can make an ETF with a few stocks and then use it to short, but I mean, how big of an ETF are you going to make? You need a big one, right? Because you can only short the total holding of that ETF per day, right? So over time, it's infinite. But on a single day, if you have an ETF with 250,000 shares, that's all you can get access to for the day. Now, if they really need to pump ETF liquidity, then they need to raise the market cap of the underlying over several days, right? So if you raise the market cap of the underlying, $5 billion, right? Then its weighting in those ETFs increases, which then leads to more available shares. This did happen with GMA last year, like multiple times, but especially now. What trading dashboard do you use? I have a bunch of different brokers that I use. Usually I have like WeBull, two instances of WeBull up, IBKR, and like Schwab or Fidelity, depending on what I'm trying to do. Did I get it right? Was it a bar? We'll see. Still no long side. Still no leverage to the upside, right? 39.75s were like is the only point at which there's a significant amount of call volume. And no, I think yeah, bar broke down. That's not how that works, Saituba. Vilza once again missed the perfect. Don't concentrate so much on getting the perfect buy opportunity. It doesn't matter really. Like it's the importance is minimal. If there's an actual Opex run, it doesn't really matter what contract you buy right now. It'll 10x, right? Like if we get a big volumetric run and a price improvement of like 100%, it's not gonna fucking matter. It's nice to nail a perfect entry, but no one's ever gonna effectively do that over and over and over again. Isn't this what a bar top does? Sometimes. Like you're talking about the double top. I mean, bars are generally a longer term price improvement pattern, right? Like if this is a bar here, or it could be a bar, right? Like this. See where this like like here out here on the 4 hour. See this like over exuberance, and then you know that comes back down before moving up. On the 1 minute, a bar is like, I mean, yeah, if you find support on the trend, but it's far less reliable than it is on a longer term time frame. And even on like the 5 minute, I mean, you kind of have a better continuation of the trend, right? And so there's a chance for a reversal, but we technically broke through it already. And the stop loss hunting to the upside like that, that's pretty fucking bearish. Right? The market maker's trying to get puts off the chain. Is it possible S&P doesn't go below 3,500 again, even next year? And we chop there until the bull market returns. It's really unlikely. PE ratios across the entire S&P are wildly optimistic and overly exuberant. So, no, I don't think that'll be the case. So the 1 minute's more or less a bull flag. Well, yeah, it's a bull flag that broke down. which is not a good sign either. Holding your puts for PT 3900. Yeah, I don't have. Wait, do I? I might have some 3900 puts. Let me double check. Thought I just had 3050, but maybe or 3950, but maybe I'm wrong. I do have a couple 3900 puts. Yeah, I mean I'm gonna hold them. They're November 25th expiration, so I'm holding those into the end of the week. They're doing okay. I bought them when the price was much higher, so it's kind of offsetting my theta decay a little bit. As far as what the SPX is gonna do here, I don't know. We may see another small rally. 39.75 calls, probably not awful. SLD finished? I don't think so. Today's only the first day. I feel like Capital One would prefer V for long-term credit card play. Very, very different types. Like Visa is a payment processing company. They're not a credit card company. Today is good for Theta Gang. Well, yeah, that's the idea. Literally never, Darth. You'll be okay. Hmm. Even with the drop, it still seems like Jimmy IV is going up, eh? Yeah, well, the drop causes ups. I covered that earlier. You have two options: price down or IV down. You can't have both. So you can only choose one. It's okay. I will still be here waiting in the wings. Someday you shall accept my love and a caring and compassionate nature, and we shall be wed. If I'm already married or not. You can't marry two people. It's illegal. RC is not in charge of supplemental liquidity deposits for FINRA. Also, are you bullish on credit card companies as more Americans take on more debt to survive because they're poors? No, that's bearish, right? For credit card, if they're loaning money out, They're loaning out, you know, debt, and that debt defaults. That's bad. So people turning to credit cards to supplement their income is well, that doesn't have a very long runway, right? You can only do that for a little bit. Options. Let's buy. Dole's still green today. All hail my 5 shares. Congratulations, man. Did anybody see that flip? That was phenomenal, by the way. Trading God. Oh, whoops. Look at that entry. Ugh. Opinions on prop firms that offer 10, 25, 30, 50, 100K for trading futures. And if you can afford the maintenance. I know you don't want to hear this, but that guy walking co-fied you. Was it about his imaginary composite man? You need to read the flaws in Wyckoff's theory. There's a lot of them. I think we'll still see an opportunity at end of day or tomorrow for Jimmy, but at least we all know Upstart is the way because RC never touched it. All right. I can get on board with that. I swear to God, if RC buys shares of fucking Upstart this week, I'm gonna be really pissed at you walking. When you sell CC during a run, do you sell deep in the money cover calls? If so, can you give me an example of how deep? The majority of them I'll sell at the money or within 10% of the current price. Depending on if I nail the top or not. If I miss the top a little, I'll sell them at Gamma Max if we're above it. With a decent enough amount of theta that I won't likely get assigned. I would say the majority of my position I probably sell at the money. I really don't want to be assigned, but I don't mind shaving off a big chunk of my cost basis when I get the opportunity. So yeah, roughly that. Well, today's not Friday, so we don't have to worry about it. When is Black Friday? Is that this Friday? When does that happen? I don't think you're a stock god. You're more likely a stock warlock or a stock sorcerer. There's some black magic-y about what you do. That was such a good fucking, like, flip from those 0 DTE calls to puts. Fun stuff. And now we gotta watch this Ascending Head and Shoulders break down at some point. I hope. Maybe if people would stop buying 39.75 calls, we could actually fucking drop. Next Friday? After Thanksgiving? That's weird. Thanksgiving +1. Lame. What am I gonna buy? Do I need anything? Yeah, Upstart option slower. Many of the puts being sold. I'd have to look after hours. Probably not. Mostly bought. Still buying puts, right? Sold puts into the end of the week. A new chair? I don't think I'm gonna get a deal on that. I know which chair I want to buy, but it's like it's expensive as shit, and I hate buying myself stuff. So I'm still going through the emotions. Which chair? I want to get the steel case embody with the headrest. Is that Herman Miller? Whatever the steel case one's called. Oh, fuck, I'll go look. I can't remember. Leap? It's not Leap. Yeah, I need to get a standing desk too. I need one anyway because I can't fit another monitor on this desk, and I need a third monitor. Products, office chairs. What the fuck is it called? The Gesture. Steel case Gesture with the headrest. And I want to get leather. I want to spoil myself. Oh no. Automatic espresso machines make slightly stronger coffee. They don't really make espresso. And if they do make espresso, they do it for a very brief period of time before they break. So Jura and Gaja, like automatic machines, suck. Do you hook up your nieces? I don't have any nieces or nephews. Well, that I know of. New year, new you, standing desk. I can't bring myself to spend $5,000 to replace shit I already own. Like, I have a desk, it works. I have a chair, it's uncomfortable as shit, but it's here, right? You won't like leather when you're sitting bare bottom on it all day. Yes, I will. Just let chat buy it for you. That's ridiculous. And it's super overpriced. I have plenty of money to buy it for myself. Trash. Well, I don't have a cat. Otherwise, I wouldn't ever consider a leather chair. Is the real Composite Man actually the admin of the Composite Man Discord I just got invited to? Do I need to ban Walken? Seems like it's time to ban Walken. Did Walken invite you? You sell your current chair to someone to then offset the cost of the better chair. I don't know. I couldn't because I couldn't convince someone to buy it without telling them all the negatives. Please tell us how you saw the wedge thing on SPX. What do you mean? I don't know what you're saying. It's just an ascending Head and Shoulders. For the computer share, I mean chair. Thank you so much, Brett. Veridesk makes a nice 72 by 30 electric standing desk for like 1K. Oh, okay, that's not that bad. You're not poor anymore. Treat yourself. But I'd rather buy stocks. Like, a desk isn't gonna make me more money, right? Please just for top when Jimmy gets there. I want to rug pull RC this time. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Pickle, check out Kaio. They resell office chairs from Midtown offices of employees that never came back. I bought a used Herman Miller for cheap, zero wear from a conference room. Huh. Interesting. Kaio? Maybe I'll go there this weekend. Thank you so much, Moon Man. I actually have an expensive bed. I blew a lot of money on my bed. Price not same as value. Hmm. Standing desk is good for your health, which will increase longevity, which will make you more money. See, I also have a fear of being alive too long. Like, I don't want to be old. You have to go to purgatory, find Moonwind, resurrect him so you can steal his chair. I think maybe he died. That's gotta happen, right? We have like thousands of people in here. It's not absurd to think like one of them died in an accident. Like a horrific accident where he just got smothered to death in underwater covered calls. If you want a standing desk, you could have 4 Dans under the legs of your current desk. I haven't thought about that. How old are you? Mid-30s, roughly? Well, like where my wife murders me for losing all the money on options? Yeah, like that. Yeah, Coin does have very, very good CSP premiums. Very risky, though. I just wondered last week if my fiance would tell you all if I died. And make sure he does. We'll have a memorial. Cover call typhoons are no joke. Whichever nerd asked about the Composite Man Club is definitely not in it. This is an exclusive conspiracy enthusiast hangout, and by mentioning it, well, get fucked, nerd. Okay, Fluffy, you can ban walking from everything. You don't mind me asking, how old were you when your net worth crossed 1 million for the first time? I need to beat you. 27? I wasn't wise with my money at the time. I guess I was 28. 28. That's basically what I'll say, Buckled Up Jen. That's you got me. I'll try to think of more now, I guess. How would we know if you died and didn't just stop streaming? You won't. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, the God Alco? How many times has it crossed 1 million? There was some fluctuation there for a couple years. Then it dropped off real hard. Then I got it back. I'm much more responsible with my money nowadays. No $50,000 trips to Vegas or boat rentals. You spend thousands on an espresso machine and then pour it up in a cheap chair 18 hours a day. Well, the espresso machine pays for itself over time. Have you ever bought coffee in New York City? Like out? Also, I'd have to leave my apartment, which is a terrible idea. I had a job before I traded. I had several jobs, some of which paid a lot. Membership total 1, but we're working on growth. I don't know why someone's trying to get me out of my Pokeball, but I'm tired and I'm staying in here. I don't work for BlackRock. I interviewed at BlackRock once. Well, sort of. I showed up for an interview at BlackRock. Then they let the guy who got there after me in first, and I left. Also, it was snooty, and the interviewer was rude. I was like, I guess they don't like money, and I left the building. I wasn't a drug dealer. I was a vice president of logistics for a reputable company that operated within the confines of California law. You showed up for an interview and then realized you already worked there, so you left. Was it the Cookies Hat Company? It's when I got the Cookies Hat. I love being patient, you know? Just it's such a good feeling. Well, so the first time I had $1 million was before I ever traded. And I wasn't well versed in taxes at the time. But I blew most of it on stupid shit. Then the next time I had $1 million, I owed most of that in taxes. No, not so many material things, just doing things. Working more than normal today. When did you buy puts and thesis? I've been buying puts kind of all day. Obviously looking for SLD sell-offs, or at least hedging against an SLD sell-off. The 0 DTE puts I just bought at the top of this right shoulder here. I think I literally entered them here. The longer dated puts I kind of been buying up all day. They're only for Friday. I have a few more in my other account too. I had $700 of tradable cash left in this account, and I couldn't think of anything better than a 0 DT SPX put. What's the rocket thing on the bottom right? That's my 0 DT put contract, which I should probably set a stop on. Go like 1250. Oops. All right, well, that could have been worse, I guess. Oh, interesting. Oak Hollow. I'll check that out. I never heard of them. Battle of the Deities. Huge divergence. Interesting. Big Short. It's great and built for big slash tall. Oh, okay. I'll check it out. The biggest problem with shares is it's like so hard to test them, right? This is very common. If you had a little growing up, you lose a bit. If you had little growing up, you lose a bit when you get a lot of money. Some never get back on track. Some get that no money mentality and don't waste money. Well, I went through both, right? I went through the period where I was like, oh my God, I have money and I spend it all the time. And now I just don't care about money anymore. It's just. Are warrants same like company X market making way long dated options contracts? I think I'm understanding, maybe. Sort of, yeah. Yeah, that's an analogy you could use. Is it possible that over time, if I work hard enough, that I too can become an heir to a Persian kingdom? I'm not the heir to a Persian kingdom. When you want to take profits, say on 30 DT options with different strikes, better to sell the options nearer the money first or further out of the money options. Hmm. If you have a lot of theta on them, I mean, it depends. Are they near the money? Are they all out of the money simultaneously? At what price did you flip your puts back to calls? I probably would have. I mean, if I was day trading more actively on SPX, I probably would have done it like near the bottom there, like when I accidentally sold my put. Um, but I think this is going to continue to drop. The momentum's definitely on in the short side's favor right now. Like we pulled far enough away from like that 39.75 level that there's really nothing supporting upward price action at this point. How much will it continue to drop? I don't know. We're getting kind of close to the gamma flip point, but we're ways off, I guess. We would really want to see it fall below 39.60. Yeah, 39.60. Yeah, 39.60 has some OI. So we would probably need to pull down below 39.60. Assuming you have some that are in the money, add the money, out of the money. Yeah, so I feel like if I thought it was going to turn around, out of the money first, then at the money, then in the money last, based on their relative sensitivity to a reversal in price trend. But if you're just profit taking, I mean, probably out of the money. Like, it would depend on how far out of the money they are, like where your price target is. Do you think there's going to be a continuation? Like, there's a lot of questions like that where the answer is situationally dependent. So either give me like a hyper specific scenario, which I may or may not be able to answer, um, or you're just gonna get kind of a nothing burger for an answer. If your Upstart calls were very near cost basis, did you close and re-enter after anticipated SPX downs? No, probably just buy more. GB's actually not doing too badly today. See, that was another short side stop. Curious. Is there a theory why patterns typically mean the inverse of how they look, i.e. rising wedge being bearish, falling wedge being bullish? I think it's more important to look at the underlying cause of why that pattern exists than the pattern itself. So, on a rising wedge, you're seeing a weakening in buy pressure over a period of time, right? So, a rising wedge, you're usually dealing with something like, the price drops really hard, right? And then buy pressure picks up a lot because the price is cheap. And then buy pressure loses strength over time, right? And then the sell side gains momentum. Because as the price moves higher, you have more and more sellers, right? Mm. Remember when you just used to just say interesting? I still do that. Who's your favorite historical leader? I don't know if I have any favorites. Hmm. I have to think about it. This is WeBull. Cosimo de Medici. No, this is Sparta. Do you use multiple time frames when you day trade SPX? Yeah, of course. Oh, who's the other one? Marquis de Sade. That guy was a fucking nut job. But he wasn't a leader, right? No, not Nero. Maybe Marcus Aurelius. No, not Sade. Crossing the Rubicon was a Chad move, so JC is up there. I remember when you used to say, "That's interesting, Dork." Now you say, "Dork, try this on for me." Can you look at Costco in the intraday? Yeah. What are you thinking? Looks strong. I'll dig a little deeper though. Looks very strong. Maybe a nice bounce here. Or continuation of the bounce. Careful, it's weak. It's weak. Like it's burned out a lot of its momentum, but I think it could keep moving up. Like maybe not just today, but like couple days it might take. No, I don't mean Russell Crowe. Jayfresh is kind of mean in Discord. Yeah, I've heard that before. Jayfresh, stop being mean. One of my best plays ever, thanks to you. Oh, trash. Nice. For publicly scolding me, I left something in your shoes. Was it a chart? Dork sent me charts. December 16, Upstart 25s are looking great right now. Yeah, they don't look bad. Sub $1. I wonder if that'll persist. I'll wait for SLD. 12% is really not enough for me to average down that position in any meaningful way. You're ignoring me today, and the friendometer doesn't like it. Friendometer full shill. Are your baby bulls already dead? Is that what happened? Favorite gangster? Hmm. Like what era? John Dillinger? Jerome Powell? Lucky Luciano? You know who's more interesting than Lucky Luciano? Fuck was his name? God damn it. I'm gonna actually have to Google this. Because I'm thinking Meyer Lansky, but that's not. They were like his proteges. Arnold Rothstein. He's an interesting one. I mean, he kind of single-handedly created like organized crime in America as it exists, at least today, and through most of the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. And today, yeah. I said today. I started with today and then went backwards. Is Upstart doing what you were expecting? Pretty much, yeah. My favorite organized criminal is Martha Stewart. In the last 2 weeks on BP, daily normal candles have opened, closed, closed to one another, making small bodies. Does this signify lots of after hours institutional interest? Possibly. Daily normal candles have open, close, close to one another. Oh, okay. Making small bodies. Yeah, it could be that. Is it running a lot in pre-market? I haven't been watching it. As a New Yorker, how many members of organized crime families do you know personally? None. Whitey Bulger? All of you guys have misspelled that name. It's also not Wiley Burger. Quirk is actually Brazilian and was the source of the Brazilian puts fiasco. Smear's SPX's like behavior really strange right now. Wait, my put's back. I thought I sold this. What the fuck? Did WeBull just give me a free put? Didn't it? Hold on. No. Someone check. Wasn't that gone? Only partially sold? There's only one fucking contract. Did the order get canceled? This is awesome. Hold on. Somebody needs to rewind the stream and because otherwise I'm losing my mind. When did you sell it? Like over here? Sometime around like 13 or like 140? It did fill. I heard the ding. Yeah, because I accidentally set a limit order instead of a stop. He's losing his mind and we're all reaping the benefits. We don't ding anymore. Yeah, we do. I have dings. It never sold? That's so weird. Try to do that. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy. I thought I limit sold it for $12.50, but it looks like it's still there, so cool. Yeah, maybe the limit order got rejected. I don't think I am. Really pretty on top of that kind of stuff. Favorite tie knot? Half Windsor. I definitely hit submit. I couldn't have bought back. I don't have any more settled cash in the account. This was like the last $700 of settled cash. Motherfucker. I hate these volatile bounces. Just drop. Drop harder. Stair stepping down. Okay, now I'm out of it, right? Not crazy anymore. It's really not. It's in like a descending wedge. The downtrend is weakening. It's kind of hard for them to get it. So 3060 is like an important support level. Or 3960. Which is like right here. We need to break free of this. Like 39, 55, 54. To really leg it down below the flip point. If we hit the flip point, we'll go down hard. Because then the market maker will start selling into the dropping price. But the struggle to break that flip point is, well, real. 39, 47, 58, I think, for the gamma flip. That's awesome, Batty McBadface. Congratulations, dude. Well, I'm out of my zero DTs now. I made money on all of them today. All the zero DTs I bought, I made pretty good money on. Not crazy money, but decent money. I think I'm up today like a... on this account, I don't know. I killed it yesterday after losing $13,000 first thing in the morning. 12,000? It was like 12,000. God, the erection I gave myself if from option strat, if Upstart runs to $40 with 200% IV, you do an option calculator porn. It's not real, Carl. No one's ever gonna love you the way the calculator does. What's the flip point on QQQ? I don't fucking know. Ugh. I know what it is for NDX. Hold on, I'll look. 286.53. Only 200%, Carl. Oh, Jesus. Are they bringing the price down with synthetic shorts? Yeah, if so, does this mean that they will be in an even worse spot? Yes. Which of the quants are mathematicians? JFresh? I mean, me, JFresh, and Doric all have some background in applied mathematics. Take a look at what just traded 1.5 strike, April 2023. Massive. What does this crazy volume of contracts indicate? Nothing? Could be a hedge, could be a short. You didn't even tell me what kind of contracts they are. Check your mixer settings. New PC volume dings sounds. Oh, I have desktop audio turned off. That's why. That makes more sense. So are we going to stabilize here again, or are we actually going to fall off? Have you looked at Peggy? No. I think Bruce was going on about it. Not Bruce, Uncle Bruce, but fucking Bruce Wayne. I don't really like it very much. I know it's on Reg Show. It just doesn't seem super exciting to me. They make like telecommunications equipment. I don't really know how many people on Wall Street Bets are aware of Upstart right now. Try to draw supports and resistances on the SPX that have failed often. Could you educate us on how best to identify supports and resistances on the SPX? I mean, it's hard right now because volatility is higher. But you know, you're going back and looking for volume supported peaks and lows. Volume supported highs and lows historically. It's really, I mean, drawing supports and resistances isn't that hard. It's understanding the meaning behind supports and resistances that's difficult. I mean, you can just do bad support and resistances and use fibs. That's what fibs are. Fibs are just like an estimate that support and resistances will fall within a natural ratio, which is horseshit, but it's not. I mean, it's inaccurate, but it's not that inaccurate. So a lot of people rely on them because they can't actually draw support and resistances. It's a chaotic system, so of course it doesn't track a natural ratio. Yeah, no problem. It takes practice too, like years of practice before you get really, really good at it. You have to understand, you know, the difference between volume supported trends and breakouts, or like volatility spikes. Can you teach us TA? That sounds terrible. TA is like not really worth it. Like it's fine. You need it. It's important for, understanding like best opportunities for entries and exits to a degree. But it's less important than most people think. Like I think the biggest problem with TA is newer traders get focused on it because it seems like an easy way, out, right? And it's not. It's just a representation of large data sets that, it makes large data sets easy to interpret. But you still have to go deeper, right? Otherwise, you're just stuck at like a 50-50 point, right? Like I mean there's certain TA signals that are very very bullish, but um even then I think like the highest success ratio of any technical indicator is only like 78-79%, and those are obviously more rare, right? I mean, because you should understand technical analysis, but I also have people read other books because you need to understand more than just technical analysis. You can't just stop there, right? You need to know the limitations of it, right? It's just one of many tools. There's a lot of other problems with TA. People also instinctively look for patterns and things, whether or not those patterns exist. It's like a form of confirmation bias. Oh no, I hate fibs. I think they're fucking useless. Not only are they useless, they're inaccurate. Which, well, I guess that's what makes them useless. Maybe in a market devoid of volatility. They're better on extremely liquid markets where reversion to mean is more common. Better to understand why these patterns are created. Yes. Boom Hunter Pro is literally just a fast and a slow moving average with RSI. It's maybe the biggest waste of $500 I've ever seen. You can't predict the future with past data. One second. I gotta take this call. Actually, blown out. It was just Rocket Mortgage again, but they got a different phone number. SPX about a dump? Maybe. I mean, it's stable. I don't want to say it's about to dump. It's kind of stable right now. Here come the Ko-Fis. Are you warning me, Grizz, because they're going to be from you? All the FUBA puts expire this Friday, right? Or a big chunk of them. A big chunk of puts on all these stocks expire Friday. Are you gonna reverse mortgage your new house for put Mageddon in Q1, Q2? I mean, I don't need to. I don't really care about the house that much. I mean, I guess I have tons of equity in it. I could get like a HELOC loan. If you can't predict the future with past data, then what is the point of playing Opex or even trying to make a thesis on forward movement? Oh, because participants in the market tend to be predictable. If you follow their positioning. I didn't say Wyckoff was wrong about everything. He's just wrong about a lot of things because the market has drastically changed in the last 100 years. So a strict adherence to his philosophy is probably not the best take. You're telling me that Wyckoff was not considering infinite liquidity and high frequency trading? Yeah, he definitely wasn't. It's not. So it's not a megaphone? This is a steep drop that broke into a downtrend. It's a little volatile, but most of that's because of the bounce back. And actually, if you shave the wicks off the candles, it's pretty much in line. This is actually considered very, very bearish. Because you're seeing a steep drop and put side stability. Can still just be an inverse head and shoulders though. There's still a lot of positioning at 39.60 that needs to capitulate. If you look at EFX, it looks like a common setup we've seen recently. Is it playable? The downside of it might be. You need a lot of theta though. Delta, they're the neutral value for that Greek on the options chain across all expirations. And the market maker is seeking neutral, right? Dude, my calls are saved. I was contacted by someone who gave me the information that I am somehow related to a Nigerian prince. That's awesome, man. If Upstart is on Rig Show, safe to say this price drop isn't shorts. No, it's definitely shorts. Rig Show doesn't stop all shorting. It just stops like regular shorting. Yeah, your old borrow and short becomes far more difficult. It doesn't even stop that, but it stops it to some degree. My biggest takeaway from reading a few books regarding Wyckoff is the compelling entries into lateralized charts, agreement on price between buyers and sellers. Yeah, I think Wyckoff's really good for picking up entries. But you still have to do research in the underlying, right? Not everything that is accumulation is bullish in the future. A lot of people don't analyze the volume profile with Wyckoff. They only focus on the price profile, and that's a big mistake. Gurk, in this calm pre-Opex period, I want to say on behalf of all of us that we appreciate you being our dad. Even if you are a centaur, for your birthday we present to you 4 horseshoes. Oh, Jesus, what is this? Made of cadmium nickel alloy. May you clop in glory. Thank you so much. I did need a new pair of shoes. Not horseshoes, regular human shoes. I mean, they can get pre-borrow agreements provided they can locate the shares in advance, but you can also short with puts and you can short with ETFs, and neither of those are affected. Like the ability to short through those mechanisms are not affected by Reg Show. So about 50,000 contracts at a 150 strike in one block. How could this impact VRM going into an Opex period? I mean, I don't really know if it does. VRM's a dollar stock. They bought 50,000 in the money contracts. No, 50,000 out of the money contracts. It could be a hedge. Those contracts could be sold. I mean, there's a million different possibilities here. Without assuming that it's gonna create some sort of violent upside price movement. And it doesn't look like the market maker is hedging it a whole lot. I don't know what the company actually does. Some sort of store. How much are those contracts? Are they expensive? $0.15? I don't know. Maybe they're gonna exercise them for shares. Could be an arbitrage play. Could be a short exercising in order to get some liquidity. It might run. I don't know. And it's only $750,000, right? It's like not that much fucking money. Or 800,000, whatever. I don't know how much the April contract costs, but I can't imagine it's that much more. When you look at Wyckoff, you're looking at price and volume, not time, right? That's why Renko blocks are good for it. Yes. That's correct. I hate these levels. They're so boring. Seller exhaustion on SPX? I don't know about that. But there's really not like a lot of buyer momentum or seller exhaustion because no one's really doing much. Like there isn't a lot of heavy positioning anywhere near our current price. In your position, in your opinion, what is an okay scenario for Upstart next week? Move up to like 30, 35 would be amazing. An okay scenario, just be like a small move, 25, 28. Not a lot of volatility. That would be sad. But, I mean, it'd still be profitable. Did we just witness another stop loss hunt? Maybe on the downside, the rejection was a bit violent. Tips on improvement of self. Just take it slow, man. You got all the time in the world to figure this shit out, right? And you probably have a life outside of this. So there's no rush. Practice. Practice makes perfect. Practice as much as you can, you know, but don't burn yourself out on it. You're not going to get anywhere if you do that. There's no rush. We're in a bear market. You've got plenty of time to learn. SPX looks good for a bounce on the 5. We'll see. I don't disagree, but I just don't see where it would go. Just like back to 39.75. It's Is there any reason Fubo's down so much today? It got shorted really hard. Really hard. Most people overestimate what they can accomplish in a year or two, but underestimate what they can accomplish in a decade or more. I'm on the decade plan. Do you have any SPX calls or just puts? I have some calls right now, but they're like, I've got some time on them. They're just left over from my straddle last night. No, I don't think SLD's done. I don't really think we've seen that significant of a price change yet. We've seen some like these individual like big drops. These represent a lot of what SLD is, right? Like funds take an opportunity to sell off liquidity, right? But not all the funds are like working together. It's not just like, hey guys, we're gonna sell all of our assets at this exact same time, right? It's bigger funds might deposit early, they might deposit later. Smaller funds are doing it all the time. It's just a period where there is likely a lot of selling in the market. The fuck are those? Is that real? Are those for like skiing? Is it like some sort of traditional garb in Mexico? You didn't DM me, Bipolar Bear. Go away. No, the shorts are trying to get it. You can go. Go, guys. So close to the flip point. Only $10 more. But I saw a Turd's message. I didn't miss it. They sent me pictures of pointy boots. Like really weird pointy boots. Are you at work? Is this what you do with your day? So I went to the dentist and now we're all getting drilled. What's happening? SLD? I'm not getting drilled. I am, but I'm making money doing it. I don't think you're allowed to say, is this what you do with your day? That kind of tone. I mean, I spend my days in the betterment of mankind. No one has more purpose at their job. Think of all the people that now pronounce lawyer correctly. It's now a megaphone, yeah, because of the peak. Sort of. Tokenized Jimmy about to drop. Well, it's worthless, so I'd imagine. What's it like being a father figure to thousands of people? I'm one of the most irresponsible people I've ever met in my adult life. So, if I'm people's father figure, those people are probably pretty fucked up to begin with. My wife moaned, "Oh, Gurk, let me feel that VWAP" during birthday sex. Bullish. Nice. And is that the moment you came? Be honest. You're impacting lives with what you do here, and sometimes even for the better. We're a dysfunctional family, but we are family. How dare you? I dare. Ooh, that's more exciting. Look at this. SLD low target on SPX. 80, 52, 76. But I'm focused more on the 39.15 level. Composite Man says fuck your puts. I say fuck Composite Man. I can tell you right now, if he's basing all his trades off what this chat does, he's an idiot. I know Fubo isn't a real Opex play at this point, but is this shorting into Opex would be super bullish. So it has some potential. I've said that before. It has some potential for Opex. I just don't think it'll be super great. I dare, sir. With the current setup, do you still feel like Opex could start as early as tomorrow? Yes. That has to do with the holiday, not so much the setup. But yeah, the big short today could be a leading indicator. I've been watching this stream for 35 years now, and I still don't know what or who the Composite Man is. Composite Man was fucking me the other day and said, Gork, show me your VWAP. Coincidence? I think not. Sounds accurate. You are all Composite Man, and none of you are. Composite Man, same like the Holy Ghost. It's there because it wouldn't have been as interesting if it wasn't a Trinity, but no one really knows what it is. What if Gurk is the Composite Man? Half man, half horse. Full bull. I don't know if I'm full bull on anything. That's excessive. SLD always comes before Opex. That's when it's scheduled. Does that bounce end the bearish megaphone? No. Arguably, it was the first time we actually had one. Is Waller saying bullish things? Did Waller have a speech today? My Upstart Gen 100Cs are up 100% with Upstart down 10%. Upstart's IV is up today. Its price is down. They're not the same. So many of the questions I get asked are just people who don't understand options pricing. Go learn your fucking Greeks before you trade options. Fed Waller, rates still have a long way to go and will require increases into the next year. Yeah, that sounds like it's right on track with expectations. But I'm Latin. I have some GME positions. Yerk, please tell me how dumb I am to have full ported into Ape to average down and get out, but I ended up locking up my money in AA's knothole. That was pretty stupid. I expect core goods prices will continue to fall. Ah, look, say one bearish thing, one bullish thing. Fun. 50 BPS is likely. It's also within the target range for December. He's not saying anything like surprising or off book. Jimmy go up? Yeah, we'll see. It did that one time. 10-year 1 month inverted. Fun. Reverted or inverted? The Fed is not going to change their plan. The markets will adjust to the Fed like it has the past 5 months. If I were them, I'd just do another 0.75. Inverted? Okay. Do you think most options expiring today are calls or puts? On the SPX? I mean, most equity options don't expire today. Only a few do. I hope there's an Opex run so people start gifting out memberships again, and so I make money. I'm sure if you hang around enough, you'll get one. People do that like every day. What's Gamma Max on Fubo? Like $7. 7 something, 780. You expect more downs tomorrow? I mean, there's 3 days of SLD, so sure. Generally, big funds sell off in after hours. The intraday drops are usually smaller funds. So if we get like 100 BPS drop overnight, that'll be more indicative of larger players grabbing up some cash liquidity. Brett, thank you for giving Swing Trader to Mars Cornishon membership. Swing Trader Mars, welcome aboard, man. Not who I was aiming for, but a worthy target. So straddle tonight, probably not a bad idea. I mean, I already have the call side of the straddle at 39.65, so I'll probably end up strangling unless we close fairly near that price. Sava got hammered again, and my CC is printing. Thank you for what you do. Congratulations, man. Yeah, bear call spreads on Sava are super, super profitable. Why do you think Fubo's been hit so hard? Because there's a lot of shares to borrow. It's easier to short. How does it choose who gets a membership? I think it's just random. I really have no idea, but I think it's random. Are people complaining about cheaper Fubo? It would appear that way. Based on port size and awards from the bottom up? Upstart about to lift off. I don't know about that. It's climbing a little bit, though. Jimmy stopped having big runs when Pickles started playing other stocks. No, that's not true. We're still pretty focused. Jimmy stopped having big runs. Has it stopped having big runs, really? I mean, like, Vol Shorts walked away with the split, and then they came back. We haven't had a run since they came back hard. Not a big one. But I don't think Jimmy's really stopped doing anything. I will say that this year the predictability of Opex runs has been much more difficult. But that's because after the offsetting with Feb to March, we had to prepare for more eventualities, right? Which means you kind of have to spread your risk out wider. What kind of music do you listen to? It's pretty random. Like whatever I'm in the mood for at the moment. Us Pickles are the only ones buying options on GME. That's not true. Did Jimmy stop running because RC stabbed Bobby bagholders in the back after he got the stock to run 300%, but they didn't sell? It ran like almost 600%, and yeah, people didn't sell, or they bought at the top. Do you have any theories as to why vol shorts would walk away from Jimmy following the split? Yeah, they didn't want exposure to split the liability from the split. Risky. What espresso machine do you have? I'm gonna pick a new one up soon. Profitect Pro 600. I like it a lot. It's a good machine. If you're gonna direct plumb though, the 700's better because it has the volumetric pump instead of the vibratory pump. But I'm not gonna have a plumber coming in like install a water line in my apartment. So fucking hit my deposit. What makes contracts worth more below your strike price or your break even point? Open interest, IV. Both of those things can affect it. It also depends on where your broker is valuing the contract. If it's at the bid or the mid or the ask. No, I have an apartment, of course. Why would I live in a fucking bunker? That sounds claustrophobic. Well, if I'm gonna spend $4,000 or $2,000 more than I did on an espresso machine, and have it like direct, I'm like, I don't want to install like a reverse osmosis filtration system and a water line in my fucking apartment that I'm probably not gonna live in after next year, right? How liquid are you usually? I mean, with margin, I can leverage a pretty decent amount. Like, generally, like 7 figures if I need to. Are you gonna hold 1118 SPX puts overnight, or do you think we have seen the SLD downs already? I'll hold them overnight. I don't YOLO 7 figures into anything. That's just stupid. Chase the crash with 7 figures? Maybe. Probably like less risk exposed strategies if I was gonna use that much margin, right? Like I wouldn't just directionally bet on anything with that kind of money. I have most of one portfolio on Upstart. Well, tied up with CSPs, but how's this look? Uh, still just really choppy. So, what a dull fucking day. Well, we're approaching power hour. We'll see what happens. No, I'm not singing any songs, full disclosure. Have you seen any really IV sensitive IV calls for Upstart? I like the 60s. Yeah, I don't mind the 60s. They're pretty decent. If you really want like Vega, like good Vega multipliers, Jan 2024s, right? Jan 2024s on like the higher end of the smile. Do you have an ice maker line you can tap into? No, I don't. I just have ice cube trays. I had a countertop ice maker, but it was a piece of shit. I was looking at the 200s for 2024s. Those might be okay. Pop them in the calculator, see what the Vega looks like. I don't really know if that hit. Oh. Another rising wedge. I will say SLD is not very aggressive right now. Usually if we're gonna have a really aggressive SLD, we see some indication of it on Wednesday. But remember, liquidity is dry, so SLD's effect may not be insane. But I still think we'd see a little more. I at least want to be hedged for it in case. I'm getting financial education from someone who uses ice cube trays. Sheesh. Back to Macro as I go. I mean, I don't really use ice cube trays very much. I don't need to put ice in anything but my coffee. I have nice ones. They're made of metal. Metal ice cube trays, vastly superior to plastic ice cube trays. How do they release? It's got like a like a like rose, like a metal thing that you like drop into the tray. So you fill it up with water and you drop the thing in it, and then when it's frozen, you like pop the sides of the thing and it pulls the like the blades out, and then you just have the cubes. Those trays are super old school. Yeah, they're fucking awesome though. They work so much better. You don't have to do that shit where you're like twisting it and destroying all your ice cubes. So you have a tray, right? I'll just draw it for you. I don't see why it's so fucking hard to understand. You have like a tray. It's made of metal, almost like a baking sheet, right? It's got like a little lip. And then you have this like metal rack that goes inside it that has all your cubes. And it's got like little levers on the ends. And so you drop this into the water, and then when it's frozen, you just pull up on these levers and it pops the blades out. Would that work with soy sauce? Yeah, you can use it to like freeze like shit like sometimes I'll make like fresh pesto, stuff like that, and I'll use it to like freeze that into cubes. Pretty sure you could throw it in the oven and use it to like make like brownies and shit too. They're just steel. I'm scared. CNBC keeps telling people to put their money into the market. I wish they would say only for a short-term trade. Disclaimer. No, that's not what they want. They're pretty big ice cubes. They're like, no, they're decent size. Half an inch by an inch long, or maybe inch by. It might be like they're rectangular. It might be like 3/4 by an inch. Kim and Gurk, show me that you like me. Come on, Gurk, show me that you like me. How? Rich Greenfield does not like Fubo. I don't know who the fuck that is. They're not going bankrupt. They have plenty of money. I wouldn't give AMC 1 penny. That seems way overpriced. I'm not doing that. Make sure your fingers aren't wet because they will stick and freeze to the tray. I mean, you don't really have to touch the tray. I just use little silicone oven mitts, like little crab claws. Sometimes I just like walk around my apartment and do that with them. Did I say that out loud? They're not a mitten. They don't go over the wrist. Well, what I do if I want crushed ice is I don't put the insert into the tray, right? You just fill the tray with ice, like water, and then you freeze it, and then you kind of just flip it over on a towel, and you like tap it, and then you take a fucking hammer and hit the ice. Do you show the ladies your crab claws as an icebreaker? I mean, if I need to. Jamie borrow rate going up. Is it? I don't. I'm sure I would have heard something. How are we looking for an increase on IV next week to get out of my 237.50s? I mean, it looks okay. Nothing's really changed. For the electric bill, we don't need you to lose power when Freg shows up. I'm going to lose control if Freg shows up. 1 second. I got to take this. Sure, it still has active fund exposure too. Don't forget that. For the centaur in your life by Silica and Crab Mittens, sussing that crab walk from with them hooves. Get Lost, Prada, Gucci, and Tom Ford. There's a new Persian crustacean centaur in town. Was 0.792 Vega decent for an Upstart IV play? That sounds like it's very close to the money. What the fuck has that much Vega? 0.0792? Just tell me the fucking strike. There you go, hunt down the Vega value. Hold on. Man, my phone is like blowing up today. Vix and Dixie falling, yet Spy also falls. What gives? Yeah, I mean, the Spy isn't falling very rapidly, so Vix isn't spiking. Dixie's been cooling for a little bit now. They're not directly proportional. Nine lenders with 622,635 shares for 8.83% fee. On what? Fubo? Ah, fuck. Hold on. Sorry, I'm like trying to pay off my close out my car loan, and it's just led to like 6,000 different phone calls. Why a loan on a depreciating asset? 0% APR, free money. It's not a Slim Jim. It's called a Chomps. Why close it out? My next payment's the last one. Oh, okay. So Jimmy's fee went down. Moderate, like not a lot, but a little. Gonna get a new car? Probably. Congrats. Thanks. I don't drive a Jetta. I mean, I'm hot, but I'm not that hot. What's your dream car? A Testarossa? I can't even sit in one. It's too small, but a Porsche 9, like an 84 918. Not gonna lie, Jimmy's bar rate should be increasing by now. If it hasn't by Friday, it ain't looking good. It's not going down. You know, Jimmy ran last year several times without the bar rate even being touched. We've already got Opexers bullish. I think Watkins' new thing is just attempting to inverse me on everything. I think he's testing the theory that if he says negative shit, then I'll be right. You're using past data to predict the future. If you can do it, I can do it too. What kind of popcorn is that? It's like olive oil and salt. How do we know Walken isn't just Roland? I mean, he's still better than Roland. Or maybe he's worse. At least Roland knows to copy me and not try to inverse me. Huh. Are you excited for DGen November 25 weeklies next week that you'll hide from us on your second monitor? I don't know what you're talking about, CML. I don't know, like 88,000 puts last time I looked. I'm sure it's more now. Close on Friday, Dylan. How's Boom Hunter Pro looking for Opex? Kind of looks like a fast and a slow moving average plus RSI. On SPX, it's important to see like short-term gaps. It can be on other really liquid stocks also. For longer term stuff, I prefer the smoothing. You can use Hankanashi intraday, but it's not as good. We're all gonna grow old together. Don't put that on me, bipolar bear. You holding those SPX puts overnight? Probably. No, Theta's fine. They're for the 18th. I bought them today. The 39.65s are in the money. Well, hot damn, Gurk, you finally got it, my guy. It's always an attempt to beat my own hour psychology when bullish about anything. I learned a long time ago to expect the worst in everything, Anything else will always be a win. It's not inverse Girk, it's just inverse the inverse. I see. It's interesting. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love having a bear case be made. But you gotta give me a better bear case sometimes. Ugh, this is so fucking boring. Are we in power hour right now? Like, what is this bullshit? We're pretty close to the fucking end of day already. Thank you, Walken. Yeah, I'm not really afraid of getting old. I just don't want to be old. Like, I don't want to be alive and old. That sounds fucking terrible. Not like 50, 60. I'm fine with that. But I don't want to be like 90. Ever. Just fucking shitting myself. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, fuck that. I mean, they're Viagra, so maybe like 68. 68's a nice... 69, there you go. Nice ripe old age. Oh, yeah, I mean, if they invent, you know, like a cure for aging, I'm gonna buy it. Then I'll live forever. Kirk of Borg. Well, I'm just trying to think of like compounding gains on SPX over a millennia. Yes. Oh, I'll also take any form of downloading my brain or consciousness and implanting it in a new body. I'm okay with that form of reverse aging also. Like Ryan Reynolds? Exactly. Will you give away your wealth? No, I'll burn it when I die. I'll reduce inflation. Altered Carbon was awesome until they made that show. We get a guy with a stick to poke Upstart. Don't worry, he's on his way. I think about getting robot legs. It's a risky operation, but it'll be worth it. Less strain on your heart. Your body doesn't have to pump blood through all of that extra mileage, right? I stupidly FOMO'd into Jimmy 25s last week. I'm currently still up 70%. Buying theta and entering slowly really do work as good habits, even when FOMO still gets you. Thanks to the daily financial edutainment. You got it, username and user face. Congratulations, man. You're in the money, too. So you have, like, no theta burn. Under that logic, do people with no legs have better hearts? I mean, as long as they can still do, like, cardiovascular activity, I'd imagine. I don't know. Maybe, like, lower resting blood pressure? Is Guybrush getting his helmet polished extra hard for Opex next week? You'd have to ask JC. He does all the Guybrush helmet polishing. I was actually listening to you in New York airport when I bought the 25s. It felt like an appropriate thing to do to trade then. Also bought Upstart and Uranium. How, hmm, serendipitous. Gravitational field strength is inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the gravitational source. Is that our hot iron core? Can you tell Cornub to change his name? Because hot iron core is way better than Cornub. Have you ever turned any Opex calls for Upstart yet? I might have bought a bit too high. Not sure SLD has enough power to bring it much lower. Shares to borrow are very low. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see much lower than this, but I have some Opex position here in this account. Such a hot core. Ooh, head and shoulders on SPX into close, dropping us below 39.50. I mean, I'm sure your puts hope that's the case. That's not how you spell kernel, JC. Fubo CSPs or Chef's Kiss? Yeah, how much are the 350s? I kind of want to sell some. That's not bad. Damn, fours are almost even better. So like some December 16 350s. 60 cents. Ooh, fours are even better. I like those. Damn, look at all the puts at 5. What the fuck? I am sure about that. Upstart price target if it squeezes. I mean, it's if it squeezes, it's a squeeze. There's no price target, just up, right? Right now, nothing short of shitloads of call buying is going to change 10 to 15% from Gamma Max, which is 33.78. Borrow rate on Upstart? I'm not sure. I think it's kind of low. No, it's Kernel. Kernel. There's Kernel, and then you're thinking of Colonel like in the military? Not colonial. That word makes no sense, by the way. Colonel. Why do British people say lieutenant? Why is there a F there? That's Cornell, not Colonel. Because they can't read. It's less French. Is it true that BlockFi is filing for bankruptcy? I have no idea. Maybe? I mean, crypto's been tanking. I'm surprised they're not all filing for bankruptcy. Spending all their money on imaginary currency that has no value. I didn't go to Cornell. I would never want to spend any of my time in Ithaca, New York. Ever. Is this a megaphone inside a megaphone? No? I have some Upstart 21C for 1118. Is there any hope? Maybe. Yeah, I could. I mean, I can see us hitting 21. I don't think that's out of the question. Fuck. I got another phone call. Nope, just bullshit. I didn't go to school in California. Jimmy doing VAPs? Yeah, it's moving up a little bit into close. When does all of Upstart's internalization from today clear? Tomorrow morning? When they can clear it? I mean, the market hasn't been moving up today, so I wouldn't imagine they had to internalize a lot of buy pressure. We love who you have become, and not the zero DTE you have gambled away. Thank you, Bob Lewis, Brigadier Shill. First time caller, long time listener. I'm internalizing. You should eat more fiber. Dump it to close on SLD usually. I mean, bigger block trades are probably going to happen overnight. Usually the bigger dumps during SLD happen overnight. Actual Dan is a fake Dan, Banhammer. How do you know? Is he not part of the Dan Discord? He's not a fake Dan, he's just an actual Dan. Upstart my heart. You're in the Dan Discord? Oh, so you're just a Dan. Are you in my Discord or the Dan Discord? Can you go back to promoting Hooked on Phonics? That was hilarious. I mean, it's probably I should add at least series 1 and 2 to the reading materials that I recommend people. Fluffy, can we I'll fix it. Well, that's a Discord. We have a lot of other Discords that surround our Discord, like parasites. We have like, the Dan Discord, and we have the right-wing conservative Discord. We have the even further right-wing conservative Discord. There's like a white power Discord. There's a gun nut Discord. You'd think they'd have merged some of those, but no. There's like a horny Discord. What other ones are there? Calf cord. I don't. That's why they have their own Discord. That's just D-Wack. I'm sure that fucking nutjob Shids and Fards has a Discord. Oh, there's the Caw Discord. Just remember, guys, you can't trust anyone. We were so close to the flip point. I guess we'll try again tomorrow. Yeah, it looks like back to 39.65 for today. I don't know. We could drop a little bit. Well, you have to remember that a lot of those discords were created by people that were removed from the pickle jar. I mean, and it takes, you've got to be a real piece of shit to get banned from the pickle jar. Right? Like, that's fucking hard to pull off. Bar rate going down on Jimmy is not particularly encouraging, is it? I mean, it's not really going down much. Fractions of a percentage. It's not like it's dropped to like 2% or something. Is walk-in really banned? No, but you could just block him. Who or what was your favorite band from the pickle jar? I really enjoyed banning Monster Buddy. Because he was annoying. Ooh! When I banned JSmar, that was pretty fun. And that other super stonk mod, whose name I can't remember. I'm glad you found your confidence after losing all your money on ACIW, Bipolar Bear. Did Blanderson get banned? I didn't even know he was in my Discord. If he's there, he's probably just lurking, trying to find information for his next report to the feds. Fucking crazy asshole. You need to unban Ka. No, that motherfucker's crazy as shit. But he was a pigeon whale. Sometimes you have to kill off the royalty, JC. It's just, it happens. I didn't ban Moonwind. Moonwind may have banned himself, but I didn't ban him. So why no down down? There's no puts. I banned Koala Hugger on the YouTube, but he still communicates through donations. He gives me $3 every Nopex. I'm saving it all up to buy puts on GME. I figure it'll take about 20 years to just get one good put. Ooh, Upstart revving. I mean, yeah, it's climbing a little bit into close of the market. I mean, the market did some uppies. Who the fuck is Billy Gurk? I don't know who the hell Billy is. I'm a fickle god. If you piss me off at the moment, I will ban you. Fickle pickle. I don't know who Billy is. I've banned myself by not registering my phone. Ah. See, I thought that was a great way to get rid of, like, the more conspiracy-minded people. Because they're like, oh no, someone's gonna know my phone number. Not, it's, you know, not that that information isn't just available from your carrier for sale to advertisers. It's Discord. Discord's the one that's gonna do it. Then they're gonna know all your dirty secrets. And location. What I love is meeting people like that, and then every device in their house is synced to the cloud. They're like, yeah, this is my Apple TV and my Mac and my iPhone. Oh man, I don't trust the government with my information. Here's the deal. If you have a cell phone, anybody who wants to know everything about you can find it out. I live in a Faraday cage. Well, except you. I trust Apple to keep my information private because if they don't, they lose their competitive advantage. Only if they get caught not keeping your information private. I'm always surprised at the number of people who feign shock at news. Remember when people found out about naked shorting and they were like, "Oh my god, what are they doing to our financial markets? These are supposed to be free and fair. I was promised in my constitution I've never read." Laissez-faire, not same like fair. No, JSmart's not a modded SS. I win. I lasted longer than him. And Matt Kors. Entry trades. Like a fucking Energizer bunny. Ding dings, motherfuckers. All right, cool. Day is over. Flat, boring. We haven't seen a big sell-off for SLD. We still might. There's 2 more days. And through the weekend. So yeah, not much to say about today. Calls were a little bit cheaper, but not much. Might be another entry opportunity for those over the next couple days. We'll see. Don't forget, I keep reminding everyone every night, be careful with covered calls because we could run before Friday due to the holiday next week. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Hopefully, I'll wake up. But you know what happens if I don't. Night, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
drink.
I drink.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.